Chapter 5504. The most important thing was that Lin Yi had used the core fire bomb twice, which made Yin Chencheng think that it was Lin Yi's strongest attack. Since Lin Yi had just used a core fire bomb, it was obvious that he was at his weakest. Therefore, he was hit by Lin Yi's 5 elements killing aura. At the same time, after the 3 blood spirit wolves avoided Lin Yi's core firebomb, they pounced at Lin Yi from different angles. They opened their mouths and bit at Lin Yi's primordial spirit. Lin Yi did not care about these 3 blood spirit wolves at all. He did not care if the 3 core fires could stop these blood spirit wolves, because he was a primordial spirit. That's right, primordial spirits were the best food for blood spirit wolves, but Lin Yi's primordial spirit was different. He had learned how to condense the core firebomb. Now, as long as Lin Yi wanted to, his entire primordial spirit could turn into a ball of core fire at any time. Therefore, these 3 blood spirit wolves were destined to have 3 tragedies. When they bit Lin Yi's body surged with core fire. This was definitely the natural enemy of primordial spirits like the blood spirit wolves, and it was the most invincible kind of natural enemy. They did not even have time to howl before the 3 blood spirit wolves were completely annihilated. Yin Chencheng spat out a mouthful of blood. He had already been injured quite badly by the killing intent of the 5 elements because he had been caught off guard. Now that the 3 blood spirit wolves had been killed, his injuries were even worse. Even his spirit was instantly weakened. "Old man, are you serious? Do you want to die faster? What a waste of time." Lin Yi continued to mock Yin Chencheng, but his hands did not stop. The frenzied fire 8 trigrams palm landed on Yin Chencheng's face. It was a pity that the strength of Lin Yi's primordial spirit was only at the peak of the foundation stage. If he was facing a peak of the late Jedan stage, whether it was the murderous spirit of the 5 elements or the raging fire 8 trigrams palm, it could pose a fatal threat. But now he was facing a cultivator at the peak of the late Yuanying stage. The power of these killing moves seemed too weak. If it wasn't for the backlash from the blood spirit wolf that caused Yin Chencheng to become temporarily stiff, Lin Yi wouldn't have been able to use the frenzy 8 trigram palm on his face so easily. Although it couldn't kill Yin Chencheng, it still made him dizzy. Divine Knowledge Whirlpool. Lin Yi did not give up and used the Divine Knowledge Whirlpool again. To deal with an enemy at the Yuanying stage, he still had to rely on his divine knowledge. It was a pity that the black light on Yin Chencheng's body once again cancelled out the Divine Knowledge Whirlpool. Lin Yi did not know whether it was Yin Chencheng's technique or some defensive treasure. Yin Chencheng's body was cold and he was extremely afraid. Lin Yi clearly only had the strength of the peak of the foundation stage, but from start to finish, whether it was fighting or scheming, he restrained Yin Chencheng completely. Now, he easily killed 3 blood spirit wolves and made Yin Chencheng spit out blood. If Yin Chencheng was not afraid, then he was really stupid. After the backlash from the blood spirit wolf was over, Yin Chencheng did not say anything and turned to leave. Although Lin Yi's attack did not cause any fatal damage, Yin Chencheng did not know if Lin Yi had any other tricks up his sleeves. Facing Lin Yi's endless attacks, Yin Chencheng felt that he had no chance of winning. Especially the Dan fire bomb from before, it could definitely threaten Yin Chencheng's life. It was better to leave while he still had the ability to. "Old man Yin, are you serious? Do you want to die faster? Why are you leaving just like that?" Lin Yi shouted, but he was helpless. Yin Chencheng was the only person that Lin Yi couldn't do anything to after coming to the immemorial small underworld. Due to the difference in levels, Yin Chencheng's martial arts could not kill him, and his divine sense attacks were completely nullified by something on Yin Chencheng's body. This really gave Lin Yi a headache. "Junior, wait and see. I will definitely come back. Don't forget that you still have the blood soul mark on you." Yin Chencheng jumped onto his 4-winged black eagle and flew into the sky. After he felt safe, he said something that was not very harsh and left the green cloud sect in a hurry. Seeing Yin Chencheng turn into a black dot and fly away again, Lin Yi's eyes slowly turned cold. This sect of warding off evil was really strange. If he could not think of a way, Lin Yi would be quite passive. Not only would the green cloud sect be in trouble during the immemorial grand meeting, when the center appeared, if the sect of warding off evil joined forces with the center, Lin Yi's advantage would be gone, and the entire immemorial small underworld would completely collapse. Perhaps, it is time to create more peak nascent soul cultivators, Lin Yi murmured. Currently, it seemed like this was the only way. Yin Chencheng was not afraid of divine sense attacks, but he was afraid of physical attacks. Lin Yi's primordial spirit was restrained by Yin Chencheng, but if it was Bing Wuqing, it would not be difficult to beat Yin Chencheng up, right? Fortunately, Lin Yi did not lack nascent soul golden pills. As long as he reached the nascent soul stage, he could use elixirs to create a nascent soul perfected expert. However, it seemed like the only people that Lin Yi could trust now were Bing Wuqing and Xin Yijie. Yi Qingcheng and Chu Yuntian were still lacking. Another point was that Lin Yi really had to think carefully about how to break through the limit of foundation perfected. If Lin Yi was a primordial spirit of golden core perfected, the 5 elements killing aura would be enough to deal with Yin Chencheng. Grand Uncle, are you alright? Seeing Yin Chencheng retreat, Xin Yijie quickly came to Lin Yi and asked with concern. Lin Yi smiled faintly and said, "Of course I'm alright. Didn't you see that old man Yin Chencheng was the one who lost?" Indeed. As expected, Grand Uncle is much more powerful. I was ready to activate the green cloud sword formation, but I didn't expect Grand Uncle to defeat Yin Chencheng in just a few moves. Xin Yijie said excitedly. The green cloud sword formation was the protective formation of the green cloud sect in the North Island. It required all the disciples to participate in it, and it could only be activated when the enemy attacked the sect. Therefore, Xin Yijie told Lin Yi to hurry back to the sect if he could not win. However, he didn't expect Lin Yi to be so ferocious and defeat Yin Chencheng in just a few moves. Even Xin Yijie, who was a hardcore supporter of Lin Yi, felt that it would be great if he could not defeat Yin Chencheng in the beginning. Lin Yi smiled bitterly in his heart. He knew the truth best. On the surface, it seemed that he had defeated Yin Chencheng easily, but in fact, Lin Yi had used all his strength. Even so, Yin Chencheng retreated without any serious injuries. Speaking of which, this was quite a failure. Chapter 5505. Let's not talk about this anymore. The Archean Grand Meeting is about to begin. Are you ready? When are you leaving? Lin Yi waved his hand and skipped the topic of Yin Chencheng. Instead, he asked about the Archean Grand Meeting. After the Archean Grand Meeting, Lin Yi might not have the time to return to the Green Cloud sect in the North Island. The Green Cloud sect was a big threat that had to be eliminated as soon as possible. Therefore, before leaving, Lin Yi had to settle the sect's affairs. Xin Yijie replied respectfully, "Grand Uncle, we were originally scheduled to depart 3 days later. Now that you're back, it's up to you. Because the preliminary preparations are done, there's no problem for us to depart immediately." Xin Yijie replied respectfully. Lin Yi was quite satisfied with Xin Yijie's ability to handle affairs. He nodded with a smile and said, "Very well, but we don't have to rush. Let's follow the scheduled itinerary. Let's have a private chat later." "Yes, Grand Uncle." Xin Yijie did not have any doubts. Anyway, if Lin Yi looked for him alone, it would most likely be a good thing. The remaining possibility was that Lin Yi would ask him to do some secret things, and he would get some benefits in the end. Lin Yi said no more. Accompanied by Xin Yijie and Hong Zijuan, they returned to the residence that Xin Yijie had prepared for Lin Yi. Then, Hong Zijuan left tactfully. "Sit down and talk." Lin Yi pointed at the chair casually and asked Xin Yijie to sit down. Then, he sat on the seat of honor. Xin Yijie thanked him respectfully and sat down immediately. However, his posture was not casual at all. He only put half of his buttocks on one side and maintained the posture of getting up at any time. "You don't have to be nervous. The Green Cloud sect has developed quite well under your management. It seems that you're a qualified sect leader. I didn't misjudge you." Lin Yi praised Xin Yijie, which made Xin Yijie very excited. "Thank you for your compliment, Grand Master. I haven't done enough. I'll work harder to contribute to the development of Green Cloud sect in the future." Xin Yijie stood up immediately, bowed and cupped his fists to show his determination. Lin Yi was also helpless. With his current status in Green Cloud sect in the North Island, it was not a problem for Xin Yijie to be so cautious. However, Lin Yi himself was not used to it. Sit down and talk. Lin Yi raised his hand and pressed it down. Then he felt that there was no need for him to say anything more. He directly took out 6 nascent soul golden elixirs and handed them to Shin Ijie, saying, "These nascent soul golden elixirs are yours. You should take advantage of these days to improve your strength. When the Archaeozoic Grand Meeting comes, you'll have more strength and continue to improve the ranking of the Blue Cloud sect in the North Island." 6 nascent soul stage golden cores? Shin Ijie was really shocked. He expected that he might get some benefits from Lin Yi, but he didn't expect it to be such a huge benefit. 6 nascent soul golden elixirs were enough to raise his strength to nascent soul full cycle, and there wouldn't be any problems. After all, the golden elixirs that Lin Yi took out were all of the highest quality. Lin Yi smiled faintly and said, "You're the leader of Green Cloud sect. You can't be weaker than that old man just now. If everything goes well, you'll be able to take revenge on him at the Archaeozoic Grand Meeting. Thank you for your guidance, Grand Master." Shin Ijie then woke up from his excitement and quickly bowed to Lin Yi to express his gratitude. As for people like Enchanting, Shin Ijie was full of confidence now. Just now, he was defeated by Enchanting and failed to protect Lin Yi, which made Shin Ijie very upset. He didn't expect to have the chance to hold his head high so soon. If they were at the same level, Shin Ijie was confident that he wouldn't lose to Enchanting. After all, the most powerful skill of the evil warding sect was the evil skill that targeted the primordial spirit, while the skills of the Blue Cloud sect in the North Island had always been upright. They weren't afraid of opponents like the evil warding sect. Moreover, Lin Yi directly took out 6 nascent soul golden cores. When Shin Ijie reached the full completion of nascent soul, it wouldn't be a problem for him to kill Enchanting in a second. You should also pay attention to yourself. Don't be too impatient to improve. Take it step by step, steadily and surely. Lin Yi thought for a while and still reminded Shin Ijie. After all, Shin Ijie's talent was far from that of a genius like Bing Wuqing. After breaking through a level, if one continued to take nascent soul golden cores to break through without properly stabilizing it, although one could still level up successfully, it would overdraft one's future potential. Unless Shin Ijie was as talented as Bing Wuqing or Leng Leng, Lin Yi didn't recommend him to break through continuously. Shin Ijie said gratefully, "Thank you for your advice, Grand Master. I understand. Don't worry, I'll definitely take nascent soul golden cores to break through after breaking through and stabilizing my strength. I understand the saying haste makes waste. That's great. For the remaining 3 days, you can hand over the sect's affairs to Hong Zijuan. Go into closed-door cultivation and see what kind of breakthrough you can achieve. When the time comes, let everyone see that the head of the Green Cloud sect in the North Island is an expert who doesn't lose to anyone." Lin Yi encouraged Shin Ijie for a while and sent him back to closed-door cultivation. After Shin Ijie left, Lin Yi started to recall the process of the battle with Enchanting. Since he couldn't defeat Enchanting this time, he had to learn from the experience. In this way, he would have a greater chance of winning in the next battle. After thinking about it carefully, Lin Yi couldn't help but slap his thigh. He thought to himself that he was so stupid. He clearly had that trick, but why didn't he think of it before? If he had used that trick, the battle wouldn't have been so difficult. He might have killed Enchanting instantly. He had to try it the next time he met him. Shin Ijie didn't ask for Lin Yi's help when he was in closed-door cultivation. Now that he had nothing to do, Lin Yi started cultivating again. He wanted to get rid of those malignant tumors of the divine sense as soon as possible, so that they wouldn't explode like a bomb at any time. 3 days passed in a flash. Shin Ijie and Lin Yi came out of closed-door cultivation at the same time, ready to go to the Primordial Mountains where the Primordial Grand Meeting was held. "Grand Master, the disciples are ready. We can go now." Shin Ijie came to Lin Yi's door early in the morning and said respectfully, "Let's go then." Lin Yi came out and nodded to Shin Ijie. He looked at Shin Ijie and said, "Not bad. You're already at the peak of the middle stage of nascent soul realm. Although it's still a little fast, your aura is very stable. There aren't any side effects of breaking through too quickly. It's all thanks to Grand Master's training." Shin Ijie bowed even more respectfully. His face was full of gratitude. A year ago, He was just a cultivator in the early stage of Gold Core Realm. He brought a group of little guys to the secular world to gain experience. If he hadn't met Lin Yi, he probably wouldn't have made much progress now. Chapter 5506. But now, the peak of the intermediate stage of the original level. In less than a few days, he would reach the peak of the original level and stand at the peak of the archaic underworld. All of this was like a dream. It was hard to believe. However, Shin Yijie had experienced all of this. All of this was brought to him by Lin Yi. Lin Yi smiled. Without your hard work, you wouldn't be who you are today. All right, let's go. When we arrive at the archaic mountains, you can continue to break through. Along the way, don't consume the golden elixir of the original level. Focus on stabilizing your strength. Actually, Lin Yi already had a way to deal with Yin Chencheng. He didn't care if Shin Yijie could defeat Yin Chencheng. However, the central forces of the archaic underworld were getting stronger and stronger. It was necessary for Shin Yijie to reach the peak of the original level as soon as possible. The disciples who followed Lin Yi and Shin Yijie to the archaic grand meeting were all ready. When Lin Yi and Shin Yijie arrived, they got on their flying spiritual beasts and flew into the sky. Hong Zijuan didn't follow them. He stayed to guard the sect. After all, he was once a sect leader. He could rest assured if he stayed at home. The archaic mountains was located at the core of the archaic underworld. The natural treasures provided for more than 80% of the needs of the archaic underworld. To all the sects and clans in the archaic underworld, this was a sacred place for cultivation. However, there wasn't a single sect or clan in the archaic mountains. It wasn't that nobody wanted to occupy this treasury. It was that all the sects and clans in the archaic underworld wouldn't allow anyone to occupy the archaic mountains alone. Otherwise, they would attack together. After all, whoever occupied the archaic mountains was equivalent to grabbing the lifeline of the entire archaic underworld. Therefore, the town of ruins in the archaic mountains was usually uninhabited. It was like a ruin. Only when the archaic grand meeting was held would it be like a bustling city. The archaic grand meeting was initiated by the 4 sects and clans. Grandmaster, you know the 4 sects and clans, right? Shin Yijie followed beside Lin Yi and slowly walked into the ruined town. He began to introduce the Primeval Convention to Lin Yi. Lin Yi nodded his head and said, I've heard a little about it. As the times change, powerful sects will weaken, and weak clans will rise. The current 4 great sects and clans should be the Qiankuan sect, the 5 Elements sect, the Heaven Awakening faction, and the Shangguan clan, right? That's right. Right now, the 4 great sects and clans occupy the 4 directions of the primordial mountain range. Although they don't have the intention of monopolizing the primordial mountain range, everyone knows that the closer one is to the primordial mountain range, the more benefits one can obtain. If there are no unforeseen events, it is very difficult for the 4 great sects and clans to change their positions. Shin Yijie wanted the Blue Cloud sect of the North Island to be one of the top 4 sects. Even if the headquarters of the Blue Cloud sect of the North Island were not moved here, they should at least set up a branch near the primordial mountains. From Shin Yijie's point of view, this was definitely not an impossible goal. On the contrary, it was the best opportunity for the Blue Cloud sect of the North Island, because the Blue Cloud sect of the North Island had Lin Yi. Although Lin Yi did not say it clearly, Shin Yijie was not stupid. Shin Yijie might have believed that Lin Yi was the primordial spirit left by a senior of the sect in the primordial era. But as time went by, Shin Yijie was 100% sure that Lin Yi was not from the small Jianghu of the primordial era. However, the relationship between Lin Yi and the Blue Cloud sect of the North Island must be true. Because of this, Shin Yijie privately guessed that Lin Yi would not stay in the small Jianghu of the primordial era. This might be the only chance for him to rely on Lin Yi. As long as the Blue Cloud sect of the North Island could be promoted to the top 4, Shin Yijie would also be at the peak of the nascent soul realm. The disciples of the Blue Cloud sect would also have a complete set of cultivation methods and cultivation resources, and the Blue Cloud sect would really usher in the opportunity to take off. After hearing Shin Yijie's words, Lin Yi could not help but nod secretly. The so-called change was just like the Thousand Blades sect where the invincible primordial era was. At that time, The Thousand Blades sect was in the limelight because of the Invincible Primordial Era. However, after the Invincible Primordial Era left, the Thousand Blades sect quickly declined. Now, it did not even have a place in the top 10 families. Thinking of the Invincible Primordial Era, Lin Yi thought of Ling Tianyu. He did not know what would happen after he and the Invincible Primordial Era returned. Would they revive the Thousand Blades sect? Or would they continue to be depressed? I've heard about the 4 major sects and families. Who are the top 10 families? Lin Yi asked casually. He knew that the Blue Cloud sect was one of the top 10 families. There were also Bing Wuqing's Snowsword sect and Duan Muyu's Leaf Spirit sect. He was not very clear about the others. Xin Yijie was not surprised that Lin Yi did not know. He immediately replied respectfully, in addition to our Blue Cloud sect in the North Island, among the top 10 families, there are Rising Sky sect, Snowsword sect, Leaf Spirit sect, Evil Warding sect, Yinyun sect, Six Directions sect, Xuanyu sect, Everyday and Everyday sect, and Okuda family. Originally, the strength of the top 10 families and sects was about the same. But recently, there has been a big change in the archaic underworld. Maybe there will be a large-scale change in the archaic grand meeting this time. One of the people who caused such a big change in the archaic underworld was Lin Yi, who was always by Xin Yijie's side. Xin Yijie naturally knew about it, but he would not say it directly. Lin Yi nodded. Among the top 10 families, there were some familiar names, but there were also some unfamiliar ones. He did not know whether it was because of the decline of the Heavenly Island, or because these unfamiliar sects had risen after the rise of the archaic underworld. However, the Okuda family caught Lin Yi's attention. They should be of the same lineage as the Okuda family on the Heavenly Island. Thinking that he was the honorary vice-captain of the Okuda Dam warship, Lin Yi felt a sense of familiarity with the Okuda family. As for the Shangguan family, which was one of the 4 big families, Lin Yi had guessed that they might be related to Shanghai Tianhua by blood. After all, the most famous Shangguan on the Heavenly Island was the Shangguan family. Martial uncle, apart from the top 10 families and sects, there are also some powerful families and sects that have a high chance of being ranked in the top 10 families. For example, the Chu family you mentioned, the Xuanji sect which is on the same side as our Blue Cloud sect, the Thousand Blades sect which used to be glorious, the Tyrant Blade sect which is quite powerful now, and so on. Xin Yijie's explanation was very detailed. After listening to it, Lin Yi had a general idea of the powers of the archaic underworld. While talking, the 2 of them had brought their disciples to the inn in Ruined Town. This was a place that would only be open for business during the archaic grand festival, so the decorations were quite luxurious. In fact, half of the entire Ruined Town belonged to this inn. That's right, the name of this inn was One Inn. Chapter 5507. You could interpret the name of the inn as meaning that once you entered it, you would be a family. You could also interpret it as meaning that there was only one inn in all of Ruined Town. None of that mattered. In any case, as long as you had enough spirit jades, One Inn would definitely be able to provide you with a place to stay. Of course, the 4 big and 10 small sects and clans all had their own independent courtyards prepared in an inn. After all, the main characters of the Archaeozoic Grand Meeting were the 4 big and 10 small sects and clans. This kind of honor was a must. The registration was naturally done by the disciples of the Blue Cloud sect. Xin Yijie, the new sect leader, and Lin Yi were personally accompanied by the innkeeper of an inn. They came to the independent courtyard with the flag of the Blue Cloud sect. Looking at the size of the courtyard, it could accommodate about 100 people. It was luxurious. Lin Yi took a look. On the left of the Blue Cloud sect was the flag of the Soaring Sky sect, on the right was the flag of the Snowsword sect, and 1 yard further away was the flag of the Yiling sect. They were all sects that had a good relationship with the Blue Cloud sect. Of course, the Snowsword sect and the Blue Cloud sect did not have a good relationship. It was mainly after the appearance of Lin Yi and Bing Wuqing reached the nascent Soul Realm that she went to the Blue Cloud sect to pay a visit to Lin Yi. This made the relationship between the Snowsword sect and the Blue Cloud sect seem to be much more harmonious. From this arrangement, it could be seen that the inn at least did a good job in gathering information. Otherwise, if they arranged hostile sects together, There might be a melodramatic plot of climbing over the wall and assassinating people at night. It seems that we are quite early. The neighbors on the left and right are not here yet. Lin Yi scanned with his divine sense and found that these courtyards were all empty, so he said to Xin Yijie with a smile. Xin Yijie replied with a smile, I was a little impatient. Does Grandmaster want to see Bing Wuching of the Snowsword sect? Lin Yi laughed and said, I was just saying. The innkeeper said with a smile, sect leader Xin is just a little early. How is this impatient? I guess the other sects and clans will be here in a few hours. After all, the opening of the Archaeozoic meeting is just around the corner. Those sects and clans that want to enter the 10 small sects have already arrived a few days ago. Actually, it doesn't matter if it's early or not. Without strength, it's useless no matter how early you come. Xin Yijie chatted with the shopkeeper for a while and let him go back. The shopkeeper was a busy man, it was good that he accompanied him. After all, Jadian was not the only big 4 and 10 young. There were many others who were qualified to be accompanied by him. Lin Yi asked Xin Yijie to settle the disciples he brought here, and then he brought Xin Yijie out for a walk. Although half of the entire ruined town was an inn, the other half occupied a considerable amount of land. There were restaurants and tea houses, but most of them were temporary shops. There was naturally no lack of opportunities to trade heavenly materials and earthly treasures during every Primeval Grand meeting. Therefore, more than 80% of the ruined town was filled with various small shops, or rather, stalls. 70 to 80% of them were opened by individuals, and only 20 to 30% were businesses of sects, clans, or merchant clans. They were used to sell and purchase various heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Lin Yi had deeply experienced the difference between the ancient small underworld and the Heaven Stage Island. Therefore, he wanted to see if there was anything he needed. Unfortunately, after walking around, he did not find anything valuable. Of course, this was from Lin Yi's perspective. Nowadays, there were very few treasures that could catch his eye. Naturally, it was unlikely that they would be taken out to be sold on such an occasion. No matter what, they should be held in an auction to match the value of the treasures. Is there nothing that catches your eye, martial uncle? Xin Yijie saw that Lin Yi was a little dispirited, so he asked with a smile. Lin Yi said faintly, it's not that there is nothing good, it's just that they are useless. It seems that it's not easy for real treasures to appear in the Archaeozoic meeting. In fact, the Archaeozoic meeting hasn't really started yet. Of course, Martial Uncle won't be interested in those that come out now. When the Archaeozoic meeting officially starts, I think there will be more good things. Moreover, at that time, the 4 big and 10 small sects and clans, including those who are qualified to challenge the 10 small sects and clans, will organize a barter exchange in private. If Martial Uncle is interested, you can go and have a look at it at that time. Although Xin Yijie's strength was not high, he knew a lot about the Archaeozoic meeting. At this time, his words were clear and logical. Lin Yi's eyes lit up and said, this is good news. I hope it won't disappoint me. I'm afraid that Martial Uncle is too picky and doesn't like the treasures of the various sects and clans. Xin Yijie said with a smile. Seeing that the sky was getting dark, he pointed at the restaurant by the road and said, Martial Uncle, why don't we have dinner here? When Lin Yi was about to nod in agreement, his expression suddenly changed slightly. He said with a smile, forget it, I don't feel like eating. You can go back first. Cultivate and make a breakthrough today, then we will have a higher chance in the Archaeozoic meeting. Xin Yijie naturally would not object to what Lin Yi said. On the way to the Archaeozoic mountains, he had taken the opportunity to stabilize his realm. It was true that he could take another golden elixir of nascent soul to make a breakthrough to the late stage of nascent soul. Martial Uncle, are you going to walk alone? Xin Yijie asked. After getting an affirmative answer from Lin Yi, he bowed respectfully and left. He returned to the Jadian sect to prepare for the breakthrough. After Xin Yijie left, Lin Yi walked slowly with his hands behind his back. He gradually walked into a remote alley on the side. The sky was getting dark, and there was not a single person in the alley. When Lin Yi walked to the middle of the alley, a person suddenly fell from the sky in front of him and stopped in front of Lin Yi. Behind him, A person followed in the alley where Lin Yi came in and quickly approached Lin Yi. "Young man, I told you that you can't escape. How about it? You didn't expect to see me again so soon, did you?" The person in front of Lin Yi was Enchanting, who came to the Jadian sect to pick a fight. Seeing that Lin Yi was surrounded, he suddenly laughed proudly. The person behind Lin Yi was the head of Bixia sect, Zhao Dan. His strength was also at the peak of the early stage of nascent soul. This time, Bixia sect's team to participate in the Archaeozoic Grand Meeting were led by these two nascent soul masters. Because of the blood soul mark on Lin Yi, Enchanting knew Lin Yi's whereabouts like the back of his hand. Lin Yi chuckled and said calmly, "Yo, isn't this the old man Yin who said that he wanted to die a quick death last time, but in the end, he escaped even faster? What's wrong? This time, you've decided to die a quick death. Don't run away halfway again." Lin Yi naturally noticed that these two people were following him. Just now, his divine sense had already seen Enchanting and Zhao Dan sneaking up behind him, so Lin Yi sent Xin Yijie back first. Chapter 5508. If Lin Yi wasn't able to do anything to Enchanting last time at the Blue Cloud sect, then this time, Lin Yi was completely confident. That was why he decided to beat them at their own game, walking to this remote place and baiting them out. Enchanting smiled sinisterly. "Junior, you are about to die, and you still want to win with words. Last time, I was careless. Today, I have evil warding sect's leader, Zhao Xiaodan, to work with me. I don't believe you can play any tricks." Actually, after leaving last time, Enchanting realized that other than that weird pill firebomb, Lin Yi's other attacks were very strong, but they did very little damage to him. If he was injured, he might have already killed Lin Yi. But considering that the archaic meeting was about to start, Enchanting suppressed the thought of going back to find Lin Yi. He wanted to find Zhao Xiaodan to deal with Lin Yi together. From this point, Enchanting subconsciously saw Lin Yi as a very threatening opponent. Although he thought Lin Yi could only scare people, he didn't want to deal with Lin Yi alone. Initially, Zhao Xiaodong wasn't very willing. After all, the immemorial meeting was very important to the evil warding sect. Although Yin Jiping was a disciple of the evil warding sect, Zhao Xiaodong wasn't very interested in avenging Yin Jiping. At least, before the immemorial meeting ended, he wasn't interested at all. However, Enchanting was the supreme elder of the evil warding sect and he was much stronger than Zhao Xiaodong. Since Enchanting had asked, Zhao Xiaodong had no choice but to help. But seeing that Lin Yi was only at Foundation Establishment realm, Zhao Xiaodan heaved a sigh of relief. With this kind of strength, he was really just here to go through the motions. He was only at the peak of Foundation Establishment, so why would Enchanting need help? Zhao Dan completely ignored this. Lin Yi shrugged. "Tricks? I never play tricks. How do you want to die, old man Yin? Hurry up, I still need to go back for dinner after I'm done admiring." Enchanting saw that Lin Yi had no intention of condensing a pill firebomb, and the fear in his heart lessened. In his view, Lin Yi only had one move that could threaten him. "Junior, since you want to die, this old man will fulfill your wish. It's rare for your primordial spirit body to be so solid. This old man will definitely have a good taste and not waste your good flesh." After Enchanting finished speaking, he shook his right sleeve and a huge suction force pulled Lin Yi over. Lin Yi didn't resist at all. He allowed Enchanting to pull his primordial spirit as he charged at Enchanting like a meteor. Enchanting, on the other hand, was on full alert. After all, Lin Yi had used this move against Enchanting in the Blue Cloud sect. When Enchanting used this move, he felt a lot of pressure. But this time, Lin Yi did not retaliate. No matter how cautious Enchanting was, it was all useless. Lin Yi was pulled over by Enchanting and then swallowed by the dumbfounded Enchanting. Evil warding sect's unique secret technique, God swallowing. Of course, this did not mean a deity, but a primordial spirit. Because of this move, evil warding sect's disciples could quickly level up as long as they had enough primordial spirits. Zhao Danyang saw Enchanting swallow Lin Yi in one gulp, and his face turned bitter. "You called me over to help, after all. Even though it was just a show, shouldn't you at least get a bite? Just like that. Was it appropriate? Was it appropriate?" Ah. Alright, you're the Supreme Elder. Whether it was appropriate or not, it didn't matter. Supreme Elder, such a weak primordial spirit, do you really need to deal with it? You even asked me to do it. Isn't this making a big deal out of nothing? Zhao Xiaodan was unhappy, so he grumbled a little. However, he didn't dare offend Yin Chencheng too much. After all, Yin Chencheng was a great elder, and his strength wasn't something Zhao Xiaodan could compare to. Yin Chencheng was also stunned and said, "It wasn't like this last time. This junior was clearly very strong, so why was he swallowed by this old man just like that?" To be honest, Yin Chencheng had never thought that he would be able to swallow Lin Yi in one go. Before he attacked, he had simulated dozens of possible reactions from Lin Yi in his mind, and he had thought of a way to deal with them. The only thing he hadn't expected was for Lin Yi to not resist at all, and for him to swallow him directly. Also, Yin Chencheng's swallowing of Lin Yi was completely subconscious. He was very familiar with this sequence of moves. Usually, those primordial spirits would be pulled over and swallowed without any resistance. When Lin Yi did not resist, he fell into Yin Chencheng's eating rhythm. Zhao Xiaodan said sourly, "Fine, fine. Supreme Elder swallowed such a good primordial spirit this time. You should have the confidence to break through. Our evil warding sect will be stronger. Let's go. Supreme Elder should digest this when we go back." Zhao Xiaodan turned and was about to go back, but Yin Chencheng's face suddenly changed. "No. This junior is strange." "Strange? How is it strange?" Zhao Xiaodan looked strangely at Yin Chencheng. He thought to himself, "Don't act like you've taken advantage of me. I didn't ask you for anything. Do you have to act like this?" But Zhao Xiaodan immediately realized that something was wrong. Yin Chencheng's face was twisted, and his body was twitching on the ground. The situation was very bad. In Yin Chencheng's body, Yin Chencheng's primordial spirit was looking at Lin Yi in shock. He stammered, You are not Foundation Establishment Peak." A mocking smile hung on Lin Yi's lips. "Did I tell you that I'm at the peak of Foundation Establishment?" Yin Chencheng thought about it and agreed. Lin Yi never said he was Foundation Establishment Peak. It was just that his primordial spirit showed his strength to be Foundation Establishment Peak. But which Foundation Establishment Peak could fight against a peak nascent soul late-stage cultivator like Yin Chencheng and still have the upper hand? "You fucking tricked me." Yin Chencheng's face was full of grief and indignation. It was his own fault. He just couldn't understand such an obvious thing. Lin Yi shrugged innocently. "I'm not Foundation Establishment Peak. It's just what you think. How am I tricking you? Speaking of which, can you be serious and die faster now?" Yin Chencheng tried to digest Lin Yi's primordial spirit, but he couldn't move it at all. His power was like a light breeze, but Lin Yi's primordial spirit was like a towering mountain. This light breeze couldn't even move a pebble on the mountain. Chapter 5509. You're not at Foundation Establishment Great Completion. What are you? Yin Chencheng's heart was dead. He knew that he could not escape. In this situation, it was clear that Lin Yi's spirit was above his. This was the most fatal point of the evil warding sect. If he swallowed a spirit stronger than him, then there was only one result, death. This time, he really did not want to die quickly. Lin Yi smiled faintly. "You still don't understand? I'm a profound ascension spirit. Xian Sheng. I, Yin Chencheng, have no regrets in dying." Yin Chencheng laughed bitterly. Then his body completely exploded. He could not be more dead. The communication between primordial spirits only lasted for a moment. Therefore, when Yin Chencheng exploded and died, Zhao Yuancheng turned around and saw Yin Chencheng twitching on the ground. When he was about to go over to check, he saw that Yin Chencheng was completely dead. The splattered flesh and blood were completely vaporized in the air. There was no trace left. Lin Yi's spirit appeared where Yin Chencheng's body disappeared. He held a black bracelet in his hand. There was also a misty spirit in front of him. It was Yin Chencheng's spirit. The moment Yin Chencheng's body exploded, everything on him was destroyed. Only this black bracelet was not damaged. It was clearly a rare treasure. Lin Yi immediately remembered that his spirit sense attack was ineffective against Yin Chencheng. It seemed like it was due to this black bracelet. As for Yin Chencheng's primordial spirit, it was supposed to be destroyed as well. Lin Yi took it down, but he didn't know how to deal with it. Speaking of devouring, Lin Yi was not interested. After all, Lin Yi had not digested the spirit of the heaven-devouring giant crocodile. There were still Yu Taizang and Chu Hongding imprisoned in the jade space. Lin Yi was not interested in this method of leveling up. Therefore, Lin Yi was too lazy to deal with this spirit. He focused on the black bracelet. However, what Lin Yi did not expect was that after Zhao Sheng saw Yin Chencheng's spirit, he immediately waved his sleeve and swallowed Yin Chencheng's spirit. Lin Yi was shocked. Of course, he could have stopped it, but he did not. First, Lin Yi did not know how to deal with Yin Chencheng's spirit. Second, Lin Yi wanted to see what Zhao Sheng wanted to do. If Zhao Tong wanted to save Yin Chencheng and escape, Lin Yi, of course, wouldn't let him have his way. But Zhao Tong swallowed Yin Chencheng's soul in one mouth. This was unbelievable. Hey, did you not see what happened to Yin Chencheng? He dared to swallow his spirit? Lin Yi asked strangely. Yin Chencheng's spirit was at the peak of the late stage of nascent soul. It was much stronger than Zhao Sheng's. Yin Chencheng had just exploded because he swallowed a spirit stronger than him. Now, Zhao Sheng was doing this. Was he looking to die? Moreover, no matter what, Yin Chencheng was from the same sect as Zhao Dan. Could he really do it? After Zhao Quan swallowed Yin Chencheng's soul, he knelt down with a thud. Lin Yi was shocked. Was he going to explode just like that? Qianbei. Qianbei was forced by Grand Elder, no, Yin Chencheng, that old thief, to block Qianbei. Actually, Qianbei has been unhappy with this old thief for a long time. Day and night, I thought about how to eat this old thief. Today, I finally got the chance. That's why I couldn't help but swallow this old thief's spirit. I definitely did not want to offend Qianbei. After kneeling down, Zhao Sheng was full of tears and snot. He spoke as if he was very pitiful. He did not look like someone who had just swallowed the spirit of a peak late-stage nascent soul cultivator. Lin Yi looked strangely at Zhao Sheng. After a while, he said, "You swallowed Yin Chencheng. Is nothing wrong?" Zhao Sheng was startled and immediately said respectfully, "Qianbei might not know." Under normal circumstances, if the primordial spirit was stronger than the body, devouring it would cause the body to explode. However, Yin Chencheng's primordial spirit had been destroyed by Senior and was at its weakest. At this time, no matter how strong the primordial spirit was, it was just a great supplement. It would not have any adverse effect. Plus, he and I are from the same sect. Even if he is stronger than me under normal circumstances, I can still swallow him. So that's how it is. So you purposely took this chance to snatch the spirit from me? Lin Yi raised his eyebrows and said to Zhao Sheng with a smile that was not a smile. Zhao Sheng's back immediately broke out in cold sweat. He cursed himself for being too talkative. What the hell was he talking about? He had seen how terrifying Lin Yi was. To be able to make Yin Chencheng explode, it had to be at least a peak nascent soul cultivator. Moreover, Yin Chencheng exploded so easily and Lin Yi was not injured at all. Even a peak nascent soul cultivator would not be able to block it. Then, it could only be the legendary Xian Sheng. What would happen if you offended a profound ascending stage spirit? Zhao Sheng thought about it and felt that he should just slit his own throat. He immediately knelt on the ground and said with a trembling voice, "Qianbei, please spare me. Qianbei, please spare me. Qianbei really did not mean to steal your spoils of war. It is just that I have a deep grudge against Yin Chencheng that I subconsciously did such a stupid thing. Qianbei, please spare me this time." While begging for mercy, Zhao Sheng was still cursing Yin Chencheng in his heart. It was fine if he wanted to die, but he had to drag me into it. Why did he have to offend a profound ascending stage spirit? If he wanted to die, he could have just hung himself. Why did he have to go through so much trouble? Originally, Zhao Sheng was full of confidence and wanted to perform well at the immemorial gathering. After all, 2 nascent soul cultivators were quite powerful. But now, it was all over. He didn't even know if he could keep his life. It would already be good if the evil warding sect didn't drop out of the top 10. Lin Yi rubbed his chin and said playfully, "You stole my spoils of war. You can't really ask me to spare you just because you begged for mercy, right? I haven't even paid you back for intercepting me." Zhao Yuantong kowtowed a few more times before putting on a fawning smile and said, "Of course, I can't let Senior suffer any losses. How about this? As an apology to Senior, I will give you the treasures that we prepared for the evil warding sect. Although it is not enough to compensate for your loss, please forgive me on account of my sincerity." He didn't wait for Lin Yi's response and quickly took out a brocade box, raising it above his head with a pained look on his face. Chapter 55:10. Lin Yi took it and scanned it with his divine sense. He didn't find any mechanism. He opened the brocade box and found a dark blue inner dan of a sea beast. Although it was only the size of an egg, it was completely incomparable to the two fist-sized inner dan of the sea crab, but the spiritual fluctuations contained in it made Lin Yi's face change slightly. A sea beast inner dan of the mysterious ascending stage? And it's a sea beast that is at least at the peak of the middle stage of mysterious ascending stage? To be honest, Lin Yi was really shocked this time. Wasn't there no mysterious ascending stage in the small Jianghu? Although Tai Shi was at the mysterious ascending stage before, it was only a Yuanshan. The original Tai Shi did not reach the height of the mysterious ascending stage at that time. Zhao Dan's heart shook, thinking that this man was really the legendary mysterious ascending stage. Otherwise, how could he accurately say the level of this inner dan of the sea beast? How did you get a sea beast inner dan of the mysterious ascending stage? Don't tell me you have the ability to hunt sea beasts of the mysterious ascending stage. Lin Yi was really curious now. Not to mention whether there was a mysterious ascending stage existence in this small Jianghu, just the fact that Zhao Dan got such a sea beast inner dan was enough to arouse Lin Yi's interest. Zhao Dan didn't dare to hide anything, and immediately said with a smile, replying to Senior, "This sea beast Niden was found by my sect not long ago in a cave left by a predecessor thousands of years ago. Although there are no more mysterious ascension stage cultivators in the ancient small world, there should have been some thousands of years ago. Otherwise, there wouldn't be the legend of mysterious ascension. This sea beast is probably the same, its strength was much stronger than it is now." Lin Yi nodded. This explanation made sense. Since it was a cave from thousands of years ago, it was not surprising that there was such a good thing. But this inner dan, after thousands of years, it still maintained such a pure spiritual fluctuation. He didn't know if the inner dan of the sea beast was like this. Its shelf life was super long. Since it is the senior's cave, there should be more than one inner dan, right? Are there any other treasures? Lin Yi asked casually. He wasn't trying to extort anything, but he was just curious. He didn't think that Zhao Dan would tell him the truth. Anyway, there was no way he'd give Lin Yi all the good stuff he had. But to Lin Yi's surprise, Zhao Dan pointed to the black bracelet in Lin Yi's hand and said, "The bracelet in the senior's hand was also found in the cave, except for these two things. There is nothing else." Lin Yi couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed like this guy saw that the bracelet was in Lin Yi's hands, and there was no way he could get it back. As for whether or not there was anything else, it wasn't up to him to decide, unless Lin Yi used a soul-searching technique on him. What treasure is this bracelet? How do I use it? To be honest, Lin Yi was more interested in this bracelet than the inner dan of the mystic ascending stage sea beast. After all, Lin Yi had guessed that this was the main method that Yin Chencheng could use to resist Lin Yi's divine sense attack. Zhao Dan said honestly, "This bracelet is called the Divine Controlling Bracelet. As long as a trace of divine sense is injected, it can automatically protect the owner of the divine sense. Any divine sense attack that does not exceed the user by one major realm can be resisted, but it can only resist 5 attacks at once. After 5 times, the energy in the bracelet will be exhausted, and it will take a day to recover. Of course, if you receive a divine sense attack that exceeds one major realm, the defense of this bracelet will be ineffective." Lin Yi was pleasantly surprised. This was really a good treasure. No wonder Yin Chencheng could resist the divine sense attack including the soul reaping hand. It was because Lin Yi's divine sense level had not reached the requirement of exceeding one major realm. And Yin Chencheng retreated from the Green Cloud sect probably because the usage of the divine controlling bracelet was already at its limit. Thinking about this, Lin Yi thought that if he had used a combo on him that day, this old man would probably have died already. With the strength of Lin Yi's divine sense, with this bracelet, he could directly ignore the divine sense attacks of the mountain opening stage as long as they were not above the peak of the mountain opening stage. Alright, seeing that you have some sincerity, I will let this matter go. You can leave. Lin Yi obtained 2 treasures and was in a good mood, so he waved his hand to let Zhao Dan leave. Zhao Dan was overjoyed, but he was worried that Lin Yi would not let him go. After all, if Lin Yi killed him, everything that Zhao Dan had would belong to Lin Yi. Thank you for not killing me, Senior. In the future, the evil warding sect will follow Senior's lead. If Senior has any orders, I will not hesitate to go through fire and water. Zhao Dan hurriedly stood up. As he expressed his loyalty, he bowed and retreated. By the time he finished speaking, he was already at the entrance of the alley. Immediately, he fled the place like a stray dog. Lin Yi let Zhao Dan go and put on the divine controlling bracelet happily. He put away the profound ascending stage sea beast core and walked out of the alley with his hands behind his back. Originally, Lin Yi thought that Enchanting could resist the soul reaping hand and the divine sense whirlpool because of some evil warding sect technique. If that was the case, then the evil warding sect would be his nemesis in the immemorial Jianghu. Luckily, Lin Yi knew that Enchanting completely relied on the divine controlling bracelet to do all this, so Lin Yi naturally relaxed. Since the evil warding sect was no longer a threat to him, he could just let Zhao Xiaodan go. If he had the time in the future, he could go look for Zhao Xiaodan and ask him to bring him to the cave to see if there was anything else he could find. Leisurely strolling back to an inn, Lin Yi found Ling Tianyu in his divine sense. What made Lin Yi feel strange was that Ling Tianyu was drinking alone in the hall of the inn. This was completely different from the usual feeling that Ling Tianyu gave Lin Yi. Seeing Ling Tianyu drinking one cup after another, Lin Yi guessed that this guy was stimulated by something. In any case, Ling Tianyu was a person that Lin Yi had a good impression of. Since Ling Tianyu was in trouble, Lin Yi thought that he should go and talk to him. Before Lin Yi went in, Wei Yidao suddenly came down from the 2nd floor and went straight to Ling Tianyu's table. He laughed and said, "Yo, if it isn't the peerless genius of the Thousand Blades sect, young Master Ling, why are you drinking alone?" Ling Tianyu didn't raise his head and filled the cup in his hand. He just said indifferently, "Go away." Wei Yidao's complexion changed, and he instantly put away his smile. He grabbed Ling Tianyu's hair and forcefully pulled back, making Ling Tianyu's face to the ceiling. Then, he slapped Ling Tianyu's face again and again. Chapter 55:11. Who are you pretending to be? You actually have the nerve to participate in the archaic grand meeting with your trashy appearance? Do you really think that you are a peerless genius that only appears once in 10,000 years? Do you really think that your trash Thousand Blades sect can obtain a place in the top 10? Ha ha ha, to be honest, you actually came here to make a fool of yourself, right? Wei Yidao didn't care about the gazes of the people around him and wantonly insulted Ling Tianyu. Lin Yi's eyes turned cold, and he was about to make a move. However, the waiter of the inn had already appeared and said to Wei Yidao with a smile, "Sir, this inn prohibits private fights and trouble. If you have any grievances, please go out and settle them yourself." Since someone from the inn had come out, Lin Yi was in no hurry to make a move. He simply entered the door and stood in a corner, coldly watching the situation unfold. Normally, with the return of primordial invincible nascent soul, even if the Thousand Blades sect wasn't a top-notch sect, it definitely wasn't a sect that trash like the Hegemon's Saber School would dare to provoke. However, looking at Wei Yidao's appearance, it seemed that he didn't care about primordial invincible at all. Wei Yidao loosened his grip on Ling Tianyu's hair and shrugged his shoulders at the inn's waiter. "No, I was just playing with him. How could there be a private fight? Don't worry, I know the rules of an inn. That's for the best." The waiter still maintained his smile. He glanced at the unresponsive Ling Tianyu and continued in a tone that was neither servile nor overbearing. "However, even if it was just a joke, please don't affect others." "All right, I understand." Wei Yidao waved his hand and sent the waiter away. Although this inn had a powerful background and he didn't dare to offend them too much, Wei Yidao definitely didn't think that he should be polite to a waiter. Ling Tianyu didn't seem to be dissatisfied with what happened earlier. After the waiter left, he wanted to grab a cup of wine again. Wei Yidao casually picked up the wine pot, pinched Ling Tianyu's chin, and poured it down his throat. Come. Long time no see. Let me toast you today. If you don't finish it, it'll be too disrespectful. Wei Yidao said loudly as he gulped down the wine. His gaze inadvertently swept over the waiter who had just left. The waiter's footsteps paused, but in the end, he did not have the intention to return. After all, Wei Yidao had said to offer a toast. Even if it was a little excessive, as long as they did not fight, after the previous warning, it would not be appropriate for the inn to issue another warning, unless the two of them really fought. However, looking at Ling Tianyu's submissive attitude, it was unlikely that he would make a move. Therefore, the shop assistant could only ignore Wei Yidao's behavior for the time being. After testing the bottom line of the inn's tolerance, Wei Yidao knew what to do. As he continued to pour wine into Ling Tianyu's mouth, he didn't forget to ridicule him. What a good-for-nothing. If I were you, I would definitely hide in your mother's pants and not come out, so as not to embarrass myself. Do you really think that you can rise again just because you found an old fart? You're simply indulging in the wildest fantasies. You even went to the Qiankuan sect. Ha ha ha, I've discovered that your Thousand Blades sect's laughable consummate skill is truly invincible. Just as they were happily talking, Ling Tianyu suddenly spat out a mouthful of wine, drenching Wei Yidao's head and face. Shut up. It was unknown which of Wei Yidao's words had poked Ling Tianyu's sore spot, but Ling Tianyu, who had been silent all this time, finally exploded. Not only did he spit out wine all over Wei Yidao's face, he also grabbed Wei Yidao's wrist that was holding the wine pot and smashed it towards Wei Yidao's head. However, in terms of strength, Wei Yidao, the young master of the Tyrant's Blade sect, was completely superior to Ling Tianyu, the young master of the Thousand Blade sect. Caught off guard, Wei Yidao had already been spat out wine all over his face. How could he allow Ling Tianyu to smash his own head with his own hand? Then Wei Yidao really didn't need to mingle around in the future. The two's hands were only in a deadlock for a moment before Wei Yidao began to gain the upper hand. However, Ling Tianyu wasn't completely defenseless and could still hold on for a while. At the side, Lin Yi was no longer in a hurry to make a move. If Ling Tianyu didn't have the guts to fight back, Lin Yi would at most help him out once, and it would be the same in the future. However, since Ling Tianyu still had the guts to fight back, Lin Yi felt that it was better for him to wait and see. I'll fight you to the death. Ling Tianyu's face was red. Since he was at a disadvantage in terms of strength, he directly controlled dozens of silver needles to fly out, preparing to use them to deal with Wei Yidao. Wei Yidao's eyes revealed an ominous glint, and he said with a ferocious expression, "You dare to use weapons? Then wait for this young master to cut you into 8 pieces. You too, this inn forbids private fights." The shop assistant from before came back again. The two of them were about to use their knives. It couldn't be considered a joke, right? Wei Yidao looked a little afraid, but Ling Tianyu turned a deaf ear to him. It was unknown whether it was because he had drunk too much or because he was too agitated, but the silver needles didn't stop stabbing at Wei Yidao from all directions. At most, Ling Tianyu could control thousands of silver needles. These dozens of silver needles were really nothing. Seeing that Wei Yidao was about to suffer a loss, a wave of qi directly swept over from the second floor, cutting off the connection between these silver needles and Ling Tianyu. Waiter, if there are any losses, put it all on our Tyrant's Blade sec. A figure directly flew down from the second floor, and at the same time, gave an order to the waiter who was trying to stop Wei Yidao and Ling Tianyu. The qi just now was released by this person. When it landed, the momentum of the peak of the intermediate gold core realm was completely revealed. However, the waiter of an inn didn't buy it at all. Instead, he put away his smile and said coldly, "A gold core realm cultivator of the Tyrant's Blade sect is fighting in our inn. Do you want to be disqualified from participating in the Archaeozoic Grand Meeting?" The practitioner at the peak of the intermediate gold core realm, who had already clawed at Ling Tianyu's throat, suddenly stopped moving. This time, the Tyrant's Blade sect came to compete for the top 10 small sects and families. If they were disqualified because of such a small matter, they would definitely be abandoned by the sect. Although a waiter couldn't represent the inn, and might not have the ability to disqualify the Tyrant's Blade sect, it was better to be safe than sorry. The name of the Tyrant's Blade sect was really not very useful for an inn. Just when this man was in an awkward dilemma, Lin Yi appeared beside Ling Tianyu like a ghost and directly slapped Wei Yidao away. After knocking over several empty tables, he fell to the ground and rolled a few times before stopping. As for the practitioner at the peak of the intermediate gold core realm, Lin Yi didn't show any mercy. He didn't even bother to take back the slap he used to slap Wei Yidao away. With a flash of red light on his palm, the frenzied fire 8 trigrams palm slapped on his face. Chapter 55:12. This unlucky guy was much more miserable than Wei Yidao. How could the raging fire 8 trigrams palm be so easy to bear? He screamed and flew back to the second floor while emitting black smoke. Judging from the sound, it seemed that flipping over tables was inevitable. A waiter of an inn gaped at Lin Yi. His warning to the Tyrant Saber sect just now was not a joke. This guy in front of him was too arrogant. He didn't put an inn in his eyes at all. Lin Yi glanced at the waiter indifferently and said expressionlessly, "I'm Lin Yi." The waiter was shocked and immediately put on a smile. "Senior Lin from the Blue Cloud sect of the North Island. These are all trivial matters. Don't take it to heart. I still have to thank Senior Lin for teaching those two ignorant things a lesson." The onlookers on the side immediately looked at him. Didn't they say that private fights would cause them to be disqualified? Why was it completely different when it came to the Blue Cloud sect of the North Island? Could it be that the 10 small sects and families already had such privileges? In fact, the Blue Cloud sect of the North Island did not have such privileges, but the intelligence system behind the inn was quite powerful. The waiter naturally knew that Lin Yi was in the top 3 on the list of people that all the sects paid attention to and should not provoke. The waiter naturally knew that the strength of Lin Yi could not be accurately determined for the time being, but the fact that Lin Yi refined 2 supreme-grade gold elixirs of nascent soul in 4 hours in the Chu family was enough for the inn to regard Lin Yi as the most important guest. "In that case, I'll have to trouble you." Lin Yi did not say much. Anyway, he was not the one who stirred up trouble. And to be honest, in the small Jianghu of the ancient times, Lin Yi really had nothing to fear. The waiter smiled and left, and then quickly cleaned up the mess. As for Wei Yidao, after seeing Lin Yi's strength, he had already left dejectedly. Lin Yi just taught him a lesson and did not kill him. Otherwise, how could Wei Yidao get up so easily? "Ling Tianyu, what happened to you?" Lin Yi couldn't be bothered with a nobody like Wei Yidao. He turned around and asked Ling Tianyu to sit back down. Ling Tianyu let out a long sigh, cupped his fists, and said, "This time, it is all thanks to Brother Lin's help, thank you very much." Lin Yi waved his hand and said, "Since we are friends, there is no need to be so polite. Tell me what happened to you. If you have any difficulties, maybe I can help you think of a way." Ling Tianyu hesitated for a moment. He seemed to feel that Lin Yi was not an outsider. Besides, this matter was not a secret, and he could easily find out about it by asking around. To tell you the truth, after finding the invincible patriarch, he directly went to Chenkuan's sect to find trouble. No matter how I tried to persuade him, Chenkuan's sect's strength and foundation are no longer the same as before. Patriarch went there alone, but he was completely no match for them. Speaking of this matter, Ling Tianyu was quite depressed. He originally thought that with Immemorial Invincible, a great perfection nascent soul realm expert, the Thousand Blades sect would have no problem returning to the 10 small sects. Who knew that Immemorial Invincible was so stupid? Well, it was a bit disrespectful to say that the Patriarch was stupid. In any case, an expert who had just returned was completely useless. Lin Yi was also speechless. If he had to say, Immemorial Invincible was an idiot. He clearly knew that Chenkuan's sect was very powerful now, but he still thought that it was the era when Immemorial Invincible dominated the small Jianghu of the ancient times. Immemorial Invincible was killed by Chenkuan's sect. Lin Yi really sympathized with Ling Tianyu. This guy wanted to revitalize the Thousand Blades sect. He finally had a hope, but it was destroyed just like that. Ling Tianyu shook his head and said, "No," but he was crippled by Chenkuan's sect and sent back. The reason why he didn't kill the patriarch is to intimidate the world and establish the prestige of Chenkuan's sect. Killing the chicken to warn the monkeys. Your patriarch is the chicken, and all those who want to challenge Chenkuan's sect are the monkeys. Lin Yi nodded thoughtfully. Since immemorial invincible was crippled, it was natural that Wei Yidao's Hegemon's Saber School dared to provoke them. Hegemon's Saber School was originally the lackey of Chenkuan's sect. It would be strange if they didn't take the opportunity to trample on them. Moreover, Wei Yidao and Ling Tianyu didn't get along with each other. Hegemon's Saber School and Thousand Blades sect were competitors who wanted to enter the 10 small sects. If immemorial invincible was fine, Wei Yidao probably wouldn't dare to fart in front of Ling Tianyu. Lin Yi, it turns out that you are eating with Ling Tianyu here. Suddenly, a beautiful female voice sounded in surprise. Lin Yi didn't need to look to know that it was Duanmu Yu. Xiaoyu, come and sit with us. Lin Yi turned around and asked the waiter to bring 2 sets of bowls and chopsticks. Then he said, "Why are you here alone? Didn't Yi Qingcheng and your master come?" Duanmu Yu blushed a little. She greeted Ling Tianyu first and then answered, "Yes, I want to go out alone, so I didn't go with them." In fact, Duanmu Yu couldn't wait to find Lin Yi when she saw that the people of Blue Cloud sect of the North Island had arrived. Yi Qingcheng would raise both hands and feet in favor of this kind of thing, so he let Duanmu Yu come out alone. Unfortunately, Lin Yi hadn't gone back yet. After Duanmu Yu didn't find him, she thought that if she waited for Lin Yi at the entrance of the inn, she could see him earlier, so she appeared here alone. The remote ancient grand meeting hasn't started yet, and there's nothing to stroll around in the ruined town. Let's eat and chat together. Anyway, Ling Tianyu is no stranger to you. Lin Yi took the bowls and chopsticks from the waiter and said while setting them for Duanmu Yu. Duanmu Yu thought in her heart, what a blockhead. If there's nothing to stroll around, why don't you accompany me to stroll around? Even if it's a meal, it's better for 2 than for 3, isn't it? It was just that she couldn't say out her childish thoughts. She could only nod with a smile and order a few more dishes. With the company of Lin Yi and Duanmu Yu, Ling Tianyu's mood also became cheerful. He was originally a strong-willed person. Previously, he was just a little bit stubborn. Now that he was chatting with Lin Yi, he gradually let it go. While the 3 of them were talking, Wei Yidao came back. Beside him was a young man who seemed to be in his early 20s. Of course, it was impossible to tell the age of a cultivator. Although Lin Yi wasn't very sure, he could roughly see that this young man should have reached the nascent soul realm. Wei Yidao whispered a few words in the young man's ear and pointed at Lin Yi and the other 2. It seemed that he had found a helper to take revenge. It was not easy for Wei Yidao to invite a master of the nascent soul realm. Chapter 55:13. Lin Yi didn't care and continued to chat and eat with Ling Tianyu and Duanmu Yu. He was just a nascent soul cultivator. Although he didn't know his specific level, he was definitely not as powerful as Yin Chencheng. Even if he had the God-controlling bracelet, he wouldn't be able to block Lin Yi's divine sense attack. The young man was originally looking at Ling Tianyu, but after seeing Duanmu Yu, he immediately changed his target. He pushed away Wei Yidao, who was still talking in his ear, and walked over in what he thought was the most handsome manner. "This beauty, it's really fate that brought us together. This young master said that something good seemed to have happened today. It turns out that I met the woman of my dreams." From this guy's expression, it could be inferred that his so-called dream was at most a wet dream. Get lost. Lin Yi's eyes turned cold, and he said coldly. In all honesty, Lin Yi really didn't like trouble, and rarely took the initiative to look for trouble. But if someone really came to look for trouble, Lin Yi didn't mind letting the other party know that trouble, in fact, looked like Lin Yi. The young man didn't pay attention to Lin Yi's warning at all. He just glanced at Lin Yi disdainfully, and said to Duanmu Yu with a smile, "Beauty, what's the use of following these trash? Which sect or family do you belong to? Come, have a good chat with this young master. Let's drink a cup of wine first, and then talk at night under the candlelight. As long as this young master is satisfied, at least your family or sect will be able to sit firmly in the top 10 small sects and families." Duanmu Yu moved towards Lin Yi with a look of disgust, wanting to stay away from this young man. At the same time, she said angrily, "Don't worry, I'm not interested in getting to know you. Also, can't you understand human language? I told you to get lost. Oh, you're a little hot pepper. This young master likes little hot peppers like you. When the time comes, it will be even more interesting." The thickness of this fellow's skin was not inferior to his own strength. Moreover, as he spoke, he actually reached out to grab Duan Muyu's wrist. Clearly, he was going to use force. Even Ling Tianyu couldn't tolerate such a complete disregard for Lin Yi and Ling Tianyu, let alone Lin Yi. Although Duan Muyu had not made his relationship with Lin Yi completely clear, it was basically the same. Flirting with Duan Muyu in front of Lin Yi? Lin Yi really didn't know how many lives this guy had. Getting lost was already Lin Yi's final warning. Since this guy was courting death, and it was clear that he was sent by Wei Yidao, Lin Yi certainly wouldn't be polite anymore. 3 spiritual awareness whirlpools appeared out of thin air, spinning rapidly and tearing the soul of this young man. Moreover, Lin Yi also added some changes to it. After obtaining the spiritual awareness pill fire, Lin Yi had been trying to transform his spiritual awareness into pill fire at any time. The spiritual awareness whirlpool was completely composed of spiritual awareness, so there was no problem in transforming it into pill fire in theory. On the way here, Lin Yi had already put this idea into practice, and this time, Lin Yi, who was really angry, tried out this new spiritual sense elixir fire whirlpool for the first time. The whirlpool pulled and shook the young man's soul, and then the pill fire spread to the whole soul. It should be known that the soul was most afraid of things like pill fire. Usually, with the physical defense, the pill fire couldn't directly attack the soul. However, after Lin Yi improved the spiritual awareness pill fire whirlpool, he managed to do this kind of impossible thing. The young man's hand was still stretched out in mid-air, a foot away from Duan Muyu's wrist, but it couldn't go any further. Lin Yi himself didn't expect that the power of the spiritual awareness whirlpool turning into pill fire would be so amazing. In just a flick of a finger, the young man's soul had already been turned into ashes. He didn't even have time to scream, and his whole body slowly fell to the ground on his back. Wei Yidao, who was behind him, was dumbfounded. In fact, he did not know what had happened, but the young man was already completely finished. Without going over to confirm, Wei Yidao was sure that the young man was completely dead. A bone-chilling feeling spread from the bottom of Wei Yidao's heart. Not only was he afraid of Lin Yi's means, but he was also afraid of the sect behind this young man. Wei Yidao was powerless against them. After a short while, Wei Yidao laughed hysterically. "It's over. You're dead. I'm dead too. How dare you kill the son of the sect leader of Chenkuan sect so openly? Blue Cloud sect on the North Island, Yiling sect, Thousand Blades sect, and our tyrant Saber sect. Get ready to bear the wrath of Chenkuan sect." In the end, Wei Yidao's wild laughter turned into crying. The son of the sect leader of Chenkuan sect. He had come because of his instigation, but he had died in the hands of Lin Yi the moment they met. It was basically impossible for Tyrant Saber sect to stay out of this. Just as Wei Yidao had said, Chenkuan sect's wrath would turn all the sects that were related to them into ashes. Hearing the words Chenkuan sect, many of the onlookers who had been watching the show disappeared without a trace. As the saying went, a fire at the city gate would bring disaster to the fish in the moat. Anyone who had anything to do with this matter might become the unlucky fish in the moat. Therefore, it was better to run as far away as possible now. The waiter's expression had already changed. Lin Yi was indeed someone that the inn didn't want to provoke, but Chenkuan sect was ranked first on the list of people that they couldn't afford to offend. In fact, the inn had the shadow of Chenkuan sect behind it. Now that the son of the sect leader of Chenkuan sect had died in an inn, things were really getting out of hand. Wei Yidao, who had lost control of his emotions, ran out crying and laughing. He didn't even care about the body of the son of the sect leader. As for the people of the inn, they didn't come out to do anything. This matter was no longer something that they could handle. Both sides were not simple people. Staying out of it was the best way. In fact, the background of the inn was one of the 4 major sects. The primordial mountains were jointly controlled by the 4 major sects. Naturally, The ruined town was also jointly controlled by the 4 major sects. The reason why the inn was so confident was because of this place. If Lin Yi was only the martial granduncle of the Blue Cloud sect in the North Island without the identity of a senior alchemist, the inn would naturally deal with him immediately for the sake of the Chenkuan sect behind it. But since Lin Yi was not so simple, and the Chenkuan sect was only one of the 4 masters behind the inn, it was best for the Chenkuan sect to deal with him themselves. Ling Tianyou's face was a little pale, but there was no fear in his expression. Anyway, the Thousand Blades faction and the Chenkuan sect had been enemies for generations. One more life was not a big deal at all. Brother Lin, this time I, Ling Tianyou, have dragged you down. If Wei Yidao hadn't wanted to deal with me, he wouldn't have brought the people of the Chenkuan sect here and dragged you into this. Ling Tianyou said to Lin Yi apologetically. Chapter 55:14. If it was only Ling Tianyou himself, it would not be a big deal to offend the Chenkuan sect. But Lin Yi had the North Island's Blue Cloud sect behind him. Offending the Chenkuan sect was not a good thing for the North Island's Blue Cloud sect. Lin Yi smiled faintly and said, "It's none of your business. This time, this guy provoked me. He deserves to die." This was true. If the son of the head of the Chenkuan sect had not wanted to flirt with Duanmu Yu, Lin Yi might not have killed him. This was the case with Wei Yidao and the Hegemon's Saber sect. Lin Yi did not even seriously injure them. He just taught them a lesson. As for the Chenkuan sect, Lin Yi really did not care much about it. It was just a son of the head of the sect. Even if it was the head of the sect, it did not matter if he died. This time, the North Island's Blue Cloud sect was going to compete for the top 4. In any case, they had to pull down one of the top 4 so that the North Island's Blue Cloud sect could be promoted. Originally, there was no goal. Now, it was the Chenkuan sect. Duan Muyu didn't say anything, but he felt a sweetness in his heart. Lin Yi said that the guy had provoked him, so he deserved to die. Didn't that mean that Duan Muyu's problem was Lin Yi's problem? As for the horror of the Chenkuan sect, Duanmu Yu did not feel anything. The more time he spent with Lin Yi, the more he felt that Lin Yi was unfathomable. Those magical abilities gave Duanmu Yu a strong confidence for no reason. As long as Lin Yi was there was nothing that could not be solved. After hearing Lin Yi's words, Ling Tianyou did not seem to be relieved. He still looked guilty. Lin Yi patted him on the shoulder and said, "Don't worry about it. It's not a big deal. I will deal with it." Duanmu Yu also tried to persuade him. Ling Tianyou was an open-minded person, so he also let go of his worries. However, the Thousand Blades faction still had to make some preparations, so he immediately took his leave. The residents of Blue Cloud sect and Yi Ling sect in the North Island were adjacent to each other. Lin Yi went back with Duan Muyu. As for the things here, someone from an inn would naturally take care of them. Lin Yi only needed to think about how to face the revenge of Chenkuan sect. Duanmu Yu also knew that Lin Yi needed to discuss the matter of Chenkuan sect with the people of Blue Cloud sect in the North Island. Therefore, even though he was a little reluctant, he had no choice but to part ways with Lin Yi when they arrived at Yi Ling sect. After Lin Yi returned to Green Cloud sect in the North Island, Xin Yijie immediately came to him. Xin Yijie had already received the news about what had just happened. After all, the son of the head of Chenkuan sect was killed by Lin Yi. This kind of news spread quite fast. "Martial granduncle, are you going to take action against Chenkuan sect?" Xin Yijie asked immediately after being asked by Lin Yi to sit down. Lin Yi looked at Xin Yijie strangely and said, "You don't seem to be worried that Chenkuan sect will take revenge on Blue Cloud sect at all?" "Worry? Why should I worry?" Xin Yijie was stunned, and then he said with a smile, "Martial granduncle, don't joke. With you in Blue Cloud sect, what's there to worry about? Besides, I know what you're thinking. One of the top 4 is the goal of our Blue Cloud sect in the North Island in the Archean Grand Meeting this time. Since we want to be promoted, we need one of the top 4 to give us a place." "Haha, you're quite insightful." Lin Yi really thought so he had nothing to hide. Xin Yijie thought for a while and then said, "I originally thought that Martial Granduncle would choose the weaker top 4, such as Enlightenment sect, which ranks 3rd among the top 4. I didn't expect that Marshall Granduncle would directly choose Chenkuan sect, the top of the top 4. Are you trying to make our Blue Cloud sect the top of the top 4? Marshall Granduncle's courage is really not something that I can compare with. Looking at Shin Ijie's compliment in the last sentence, Lin Yi was secretly amused. Since when did he want to pick the strongest Chenkuan sect? It was just that the people from Chenkuan sect jumped out to court death. To Lin Yi, the ranking of the top 4 was really not that useful. It was the same for any one of them. You said that my target would be the weaker top 4, such as Enlightenment sect, which ranks 3rd among the top 4. Why isn't it the weakest one? The 4th should be the Shangguan clan, right? According to what you said, wouldn't it be better to choose the 4th instead of the 3rd? Lin Yi thought it was a little strange, so he asked casually. Shin Ijie seemed to have expected that Lin Yi didn't know, so he didn't feel strange at all. He still answered respectfully, Marshall Granduncle, the Shangguan clan is the backing sect of our Blue Cloud sect in the North Island. No, it should be said that the Shangguan clan is the backing sect of our North Island alliance. Although the Shangguan clan is the weakest among the top 4, it seems that we shouldn't attack them because of this relationship. Backing sect. If the Blue Cloud sect is in trouble, will the Shangguan clan stand up for them? Lin Yi asked curiously. He had been in the ancient underworld for quite some time, but this was the first time he heard that the Shangguan clan had such a relationship with the Blue Cloud sect or the 3 big sects of the North Island. Uncle Master, you know that the 4 sides of the immemorial mountain range are controlled by the 4 big sects and families. Anyone who wants to get the resources in the immemorial mountain range has to choose one of the 4 big sects and families. Otherwise, it will be extremely difficult to get the resources, let alone the position of the 10 small sects and families. All the sects and families in the immemorial small Jianghu are basically under the command of the 4 big sects and families. It's just that the relationship is a little loose, Shin Ijie explained patiently. Lin Yi nodded and said, I see. Then why did the 3 big sects of the North Island choose the Shangguan clan as their backing sect? Geographically speaking, the Shangguan clan isn't the closest to the 3 big sects of the North Island. Shin Ijie said with a smile, that's because the 3 big sects of the North Island and the Shangguan clan are related. Thousands of years ago, the Shangguan clan didn't exist. They were originally a family that separated from the soaring sect of the North Island. However, after a long period of development, the Shangguan clan became even more powerful than the 3 big sects of the North Island. Since they are from the same sect, the 3 big sects of the North Island naturally chose the Shangguan clan as their backing sect. Lin Yi was shocked. The Shangguan clan really came from the soaring sect. Wasn't that the same as the soaring sect of the Heavenstep Island? It seemed like the Shangguan clan and the Shanghai Tianhua were related by blood. If that was the case, for the sake of Shanghai Tianhua, Lin Yi should take good care of the Shangguan clan. Chapter 55:15. Of course, with the Shangguan family's status in the immemorial underworld, they would never think that they needed Lin Yi's help. Instead, they would take care of Lin Yi. Speaking of which, when Lin Yi heard about the relationship between the Shangguan family and the 3 big sects of the North Island, he couldn't help but recall a similar story when he was in the secular world. The Hidden Yu family was originally a branch of the secular Yu family, but after they developed in the hidden world, they became the sect leader of the secular Yu family. This kind of inspiring story was quite similar. Oh right, Granduncle, I forgot to tell you, the Xuanji sect has now joined the 5 Elements sect. So, to be exact, only the Soaring Sky sect and our Blue Cloud sect have the Shangguan family as our backing. Shin Ijie had been talking about the 3 big sects of the North Island for a long time, but he suddenly realized that the situation was a little different now, so he quickly added. The Xuanji sect has joined the 5 Elements sect. Why? Lin Yi asked curiously. Didn't they say that the 3 big sects of the North Island were in the same boat? Why did the Xuanji sect join the 5 Elements sect? Shin Ijie sighed and said, you can't blame the Xuanji sect for joining the 5 Elements sect. The Shangguan family is just too weak among the 4 big sects. The Xuanji sect hasn't been able to enter the top 10 small sects and families for a few years now. If it wasn't for the support from the Soaring Sky sect and our Blue Cloud sect, their strength would only continue to decline. Therefore, in order to re-enter the top 10 small sects and families, they have no other choice but to join the Five Elements sect. Lin Yi nodded and said, "So that's what happened." "Forget it then. The three big sects of the North Island are in the same boat. When our Blue Cloud sect becomes the top 10, the Xuanji sect will come back." "That's right, with Grand Uncle, the Xuanji sect will come back." Xin Yijie nodded hard, then asked, "Grand Uncle Master, although we, the Blue Cloud sect of the North Island, have set our goal as the top 4 sects in the Archean Grand Meeting this time, we still need to choose one of the top 4 sects as our backing before we start. Do you think it's still the Shangguan clan?" "Let's go with the Shangguan clan. Since they have such a good relationship, there's no need to change it." Lin Yi casually made up his mind. Whether the Shangguan clan was weak or not, Lin Yi didn't care at all, it was just a name. If he wanted to be strong, the most important thing was his own strength. "Alright, since Grand Marshal Uncle thinks that the Shangguan clan is good enough, I'll send my name card to the Shangguan clan. Once the Shangguan clan sends someone to inform us, we'll pay them a visit. It's just a formality, just a formality." Xin Yijie felt it was wrong to ask Lin Yi to greet the Shangguan clan, so he quickly added. Lin Yi didn't really care whether he paid a visit or not. He just nodded indifferently and said, "You go and arrange it." "Yes, Grand Master. I'll take my leave now." Xin Yijie stood up and bowed. He took a few steps back before he turned around and left. Lin Yi couldn't do anything about Xin Yijie's courteous behavior, so he could only let him be. At the same time, Wei Yidao, who had regained his consciousness, had already found the base of the Chenkuan sect. He was kneeling on the ground with tears and snot running down his face, distorting the truth. He wanted to get rid of the Tyrant Saber sect and himself, then he wanted to frame Lin Yi and the others. Sect leader. The young sect leader saw that Duanmu Yu from the Yi Ling sect was talented, so he went over to chat with him. However, Ling Tianyu from the Thousand Blades sect saw it. Everyone knows that the Thousand Blades sect and the Chenkuan sect have a grudge against each other, so Ling Tianyu, this vicious villain, immediately found Lin Yi from the Blue Cloud sect in the North Island. Lin Yi is Duanmu Yu's admirer. Under Ling Tianyu's instigation, he sneakily attacked the young sect leader. The poor young sect leader is a heavenly talent, but he was actually killed by these villains. I wanted to rescue him, but because I was too weak, I didn't even have the chance to do so. Wei Yidao burst into tears as he spoke. His acting skills were absolutely amazing. In fact, Wei Yidao was afraid that his lie would be exposed. If that happened, he and the Tyrant Saber sect would definitely end up worse than Lin Yi and the others. Therefore, his crying was not fake. The person sitting in the middle was the sect leader of the Chenkuan sect, Tribulation Immortal. He was an expert at the peak of the late nascent soul realm, and he was the one who led the team to participate in the Archaeozoic Grand Meeting. The highest elder, Immortal Dunan, did not come to the Archaeozoic Mountains. Instead, he stayed in the sect. The reason why the Chenkuan sect was so powerful was not because of Immortal Dunan's strength, but because there were 7 nascent soul realm experts in the entire Chenkuan sect. In addition to Immortal Dunan, who was at the peak of the late nascent soul realm, the second was Tribulation Immortal, who was at the peak of the late nascent soul realm. In addition, there was 1 late nascent soul realm, 2 middle nascent soul realm, and 2 early nascent soul realm experts. However, before the Archaeozoic Grand Meeting started, Tribulation Immortal's son, an expert at the early nascent soul realm of the Chenkuan sect, was inexplicably killed. Hearing Wei Yidao's words, Tribulation Immortal slapped the tea table beside him with a cold face. The entire tea table, along with the teacups and ornaments on it, turned into powder in an instant and fluttered to the ground. Wei Yidao happened to steal a glance at Tribulation Immortal and was immediately frightened. He immediately kept quiet out of fear, but his body could not stop trembling slightly. What a great green cloud sect of the North Island. What a great Lin Yi. How dare you kill my son who is going through Tribulation Immortal? You really don't know how to write the word death. At this time, Tribulation Immortal almost could not suppress the killing intent in his heart. Although he had more than one son, and this person at the early nascent soul realm was not the most outstanding one, his son was still his son. If he did not get angry, he might as well cut his own throat. Wei Yidao, who was kneeling on the ground, was overjoyed. It seemed that Tribulation Immortal's main target was Lin Yi. As for the Tyrant Saber sect, it seemed that they did not want to vent their anger on him. Although Yi Ling sect and Qianren sect were not mentioned by Tribulation Immortal, this result was already beyond Wei Yidao's imagination. As long as he could get rid of Lin Yi, Yi Ling sect and Qianren sect would be easy to deal with. Not to mention the Qiankuan sect, even the Tyrant Saber sect would not take these two sects seriously. Sect leader, please calm down. After all, the Green Cloud sect of the North Island is one of the top 10 sects. Although we, the Qiankuan sect, are the leader of the 4 big sects, we still have to abide by the rules set at the beginning. Otherwise, we, the leader of the 4 big sects, will be jointly targeted by the other 3 sect. An elder of the Qiankuan sect beside him persuaded in a low voice. The Archaeozoic Grand Meeting was about to begin, and the Qiankuan sect could not be disorderly. Tribulation Immortal took a deep breath, nodded and said, "Yes, although we, the Qiankuan sect, are the leader of the 4 big sects, we have not reached the point where we can cover the sky with one hand. Since we made the agreement that year, we must abide by it. At worst, after the Archaeozoic Grand Meeting begins, we can target the Green Cloud sect of the North Island." Chapter 55:16. Wei Yidao didn't dare to interrupt, but he couldn't help feeling disappointed. He had heard about the agreement mentioned by Tribulation Zhenren. It seemed to be an agreement between the 4 big sects and families. Anyone who wanted to attack the 10 small sects and families of the 4 big sects and families had to get the consent of the 4 big sects and families. Otherwise, the 4 big sects would be in chaos, and the so-called backing sects would only exist in name. If the Qiankuan sect wanted to attack the Blue Cloud sect, they had to get the consent of the backing sects. Otherwise, they would violate the rule and be attacked by the other 3 sects and families. Although the Qiankuan sect was stronger than the other 3 big sects, if the other 3 big sects joined hands, they would be able to crush the Qiankuan sect. Because of this, the balance of power in the small archaic Jianghu could be maintained. Someone, go and find out which backing sect the Blue Cloud sect is this year. Tribulation Zhenren didn't lose his mind. He immediately sent someone to investigate the situation of the Blue Cloud sect. According to the usual practice, the Green Cloud sect of the North Island should be supported by the Shangguan family. It was the weakest among the 4 big sects, with only 3 nascent soul cultivators, which barely met the standard of the 4 big sects. If the Green Cloud sect of the North Island was still under the Shangguan family, Tribulation Zhenren felt that he might be able to get permission from the Shangguan family when he proposed to deal with the Green Cloud sect of the North Island. But if the Blue Cloud sect of the North Island switched to a powerful sect like the 5 Elements sect, like the Xuanji sect of the North Island, which was only slightly inferior to the Qiankuan sect, they would never agree to the request of the Qiankuan sect. A disciple of the Qiankuan sect outside the door answered and ran out quickly. It wasn't a secret, so he could get the news by asking around. Soon, the disciple came back to report. Sect leader, the North Island's Blue Cloud sect hasn't paid a visit to the pier yet, so they don't have a backer yet. However, I heard that the North Island's Blue Cloud sect has already sent a visit card to the Shangguan clan. I think they have chosen the Shangguan clan as their backer this year. This disciple was very clear. He even knew that Xin Yijie had just sent someone to the Shangguan family to send a visiting card. Great. That's great. Tribulation Crossing Zhenren suddenly opened his eyes, sneered and said, "Spread the news for me right now. The Blue Cloud sect of the North Island killed my son. The Shangguan family? I'd like to see if you dare to accept the North Island Blue Cloud sect." If the North Island's Blue Cloud sect had already paid their respects and become a disciple of the Shangguan family, then maybe the Shangguan family would protect the North Island's Blue Cloud sect for the sake of their reputation. But since the North Island's Blue Cloud sect was not yet a disciple of the Shangguan family, then after hearing the news released by the Qiankuan sect, they would have to carefully consider whether to accept the North Island's Blue Cloud sect or not. Was it worth it for the Shangguan clan to offend the Qiankuan sect, the leader of the 4 big sects, just for the Blue Cloud sect? Not to mention the Shangguan clan, even if the 5 Elements sect got the news, they might not accept the trouble of the Blue Cloud sect from the North Island, because it was obvious that they were the enemy of the Qiankuan sect. Sect leader is brilliant. As long as we spread the news, I guess the other 3 sects will not deliberately disrespect our Chenkuan sect. At that time, the Green Cloud sect of the North Island will not even have a sect to rely on. It will be a piece of cake to kill them. The elder who tried to persuade Zhenren crossing Calamity agreed with his method very much, and he sent Wei Yidao to help. Wei Yidao was overjoyed. He immediately thanked Zhenren crossing Calamity and left. He had been prepared for the Tyrant Saber sect to vent their anger on them, but he did not expect that Lin Yi was so powerful that he directly took all the blame. In fact, Wei Yidao did not understand that the Chenkuan sect completely targeted Lin Yi because they had complete information about Lin Yi. They knew that Lin Yi was the pillar of the Blue Cloud sect of the North Island. If they did not get rid of Lin Yi, even if the Blue Cloud sect of the North Island didn't do anything this time, they would definitely have a chance to soar next time. Although the Blue Cloud sect of the North Island might not be able to threaten the position of the Chenkuan sect, the Chenkuan sect did not want to easily change the current power structure. They originally had the intention of suppressing the Blue Cloud sect of the North Island. Now that such a thing had happened, if they did not take the opportunity to target the Blue Cloud sect of the North Island, they would never be able to rise again. At the same time, the Shangguan family had received the visiting card from the Blue Cloud sect of the North Island, and they agreed to meet the people from the Blue Cloud sect of the North Island. However, when the people from the Blue Cloud sect went back to report, the news spread by the Chenkuan sect also reached the Shangguan family. For a moment, the expression of the current family leader of the Shangguan family changed. Should he meet the Blue Cloud sect of the North Island or not? Shangguan Qingyun walked back and forth with his hands behind his back. As the current family leader of the Shangguan family, it was really difficult for him to make a decision about the Blue Cloud sect of the North Island. Based on the relationship between the Shangguan family and the Blue Cloud sect of the North Island, they should accept the Blue Cloud sect of the North Island. After all, they had already accepted the visiting card. However, offending the Chenkuan sect for the Blue Cloud sect of the North Island was not the result that Shangguan Qingyun wanted to see. No, I have to ask my father for his opinion on this matter, Shangguan Qingyun muttered. In the end, he decided to pass this burden to his father, the supreme elder of the Shangguan family, Shangguan Feishing. After making the decision, Shangguan Qingyun immediately went to meet his father. This time, the Shangguan family had mobilized the entire Shangguan family for the distant ancient grand meeting, and all of their high-end combat power had come. Therefore, it was quite easy for Shangguan Qingyun to meet Shangguan Feishing. Father, about the Blue Cloud sect of the North Island. Shangguan Qingyun couldn't wait to speak before he entered the room. Calm down. Shangguan Feishing calmly interrupted Shangguan Qingyun's words. At this moment, he was writing a brush beside the desk. Although he knew that his son was here, he had no intention of raising his head. Shangguan Qingyun knew that his father didn't like to be interrupted when he was writing, so he could only shut his mouth in embarrassment. After Shangguan Feishing finished writing, he put down the brush in his hand, raised his head, and said unhappily, "You're already so old, why are you still so impatient? You have to be as calm as a mountain when you encounter problems. The more you panic, the more mistakes you'll make." "Yes, I understand." Shangguan Qingyun hurriedly bowed to accept the advice. In the Shangguan family, the words of the old master were everything. Although Shangguan Qingyun was the current family master, important decisions still required Shangguan Feishing's approval. "Tell me, what happened to the Blue Cloud sect of the North Island? Did they switch to the other 4 big sects like the Xuanji sect?" Shangguan Feishing's tone was calm, but Shangguan Qingyun felt that there was a hint of melancholy in it. The Shangguan family had been weak for a long time, and even the Xuanji sect, which they had always supported, had switched to the 5 Elements sect. If the Blue Cloud sect of the North Island did the same, then the Shangguan family would indeed have no say among the 4 big sects. Chapter 55:17. Genius 1 second. Remember if you want to go. Sure, Net provides you with wonderful novels to read. From this point of view, the Shangguan family should accept the Green Cloud sect from the North Island. However, when he thought that he would have to fall out with the Chenkuan sect because of this, Shangguan Qingyun felt that he had lost his courage. Hence, he could only clench his teeth and say, "It's not like that. The Green Cloud sect from the North Island has sent an invitation card. When Shangguan Feishing heard this, his expression relaxed slightly. He then said nonchalantly, "Since that's the case, do you have any other questions?" The problem is that Lin Yi from the Green Cloud faction on the North Island killed the son of the Tribulation Master of the Qiankuan faction. The Qiankuan sect has already spread the news. Shangguan Qingyun did not make it clear. He only mentioned it briefly. He believed that his father would understand. As expected, after Shangguan Feishing frowned slightly, he nodded lightly and said, "Lin Yi, I know this person. He is the martial granduncle who suddenly appeared in the North Island's Blue Cloud sect. Originally, our Shangguan clan should have befriended this man. Originally, it should be. Then what about now? It shouldn't be, right?" Shangguan Qingyun nodded his head in understanding. He roughly understood what his father meant. Although his father had just felt sorry for the fact that Xuanji sect had turned to his family, it seemed a little unkind to completely give up the Blue Cloud sect in the North Island now. However, Shangguan Qingyun quite agreed with this approach. Let's play it by ear. Shangguan Feishing picked up the weasel hairbrush on the brush rack again, dipped it in the thick ink, and continued to write. This also meant that the conversation was over. Shangguan Qingyun respectfully took his leave, thinking about how to adapt to the situation. Shangguan Feishing's intention was quite obvious. In order to not offend the Qiankuan sect, he would give up on accepting the Blue Cloud sect from the North Island. He had no other choice, as the Shangguan family was too weak. The Qiankuan sect had a total of 7 nascent soul realm cultivators. Alright, one had died just now, so there were still 6 left. However, the Shangguan clan only had 3 nascent soul realm cultivators in total, and this was already the lowest number of the 4 big clans. If they had less than 3 nascent soul realm cultivators, they would be kicked out of the 4 big clans at any time. Blue Cloud sect of the North Island is really troublesome, Shangguan Qingyun whispered to himself. If they hadn't received the visiting card and knew about the Qiankuan sect, the Shangguan clan wouldn't have accepted the visiting card at all. Now that they had agreed to meet the Blue Cloud sect of the North Island, it wouldn't make sense for them not to meet them. In that case, he could only meet them once and then casually send them away. Shangguan Qingyun made up his mind. He immediately waved his hand at a Shangguan clan disciple that was passing by and said, "You, come here. Patriarch, what instructions do you have for this disciple?" That disciple was a disciple from a branch family of the Shangguan clan. Normally, he wouldn't have the chance to talk to Shangguan Qingyun. Now that he was suddenly summoned by Shangguan Qingyun, he immediately ran over. "You are the 6th son of the 7th branch, right?" Shangguan Qingyun thought for a while and asked uncertainly. After all, he was a disciple of a branch family and had only seen it occasionally. It was already good enough that he could remember this. Yes, Master, you can just call me Little Six." Little Six was overjoyed. He didn't expect the Patriarch to be able to know his family ranking. Although he didn't know his full name, it was still not an easy feat. Little Six, I see. In a while, the people from the North Island's Blue Cloud sect will come to visit us. They want our Shangguan clan to be their backing. I have some matters to attend to and it's not convenient for me to meet them. You can just find a reason to send them away. Shangguan Qingyun thought that it wasn't suitable for him to go out, so he asked someone to send away the people from the North Island's Blue Cloud sect. However, he didn't want to reject them too obviously. After this matter was over, it would be best if he could pull the North Island's Blue Cloud sect back to the Shangguan clan. After all, the Shangguan clan was already the weakest of the 4 big sects. If they lost the Blue Cloud sect after the Xuanji sect, then the Shangguan clan would really lose their right to speak. However, Shangguan Qingyun didn't consider that when the Blue Cloud sect needed the Shangguan clan chose to stand by and do nothing. After this matter was over, what reason would the Blue Cloud sect have to return to the Shangguan clan? Furthermore, with the Blue Cloud sect as an example, which other sect would be willing to tie themselves to the Shangguan clan, a clan without any guts? Xiao Liuzi understands. Xiao Liuzi is definitely the right person to handle such a small matter. Master, just look at my performance. Xiao Liuzi immediately patted his chest. It was a rare opportunity to be able to perform in front of the master. No matter what, he had to seize it. As they were talking, a disciple came to report, "Master, the people from the North Island's Blue Cloud sect are here. So fast." Shangguan Qingyun was a little surprised. The people from the North Island's Blue Cloud sect had arrived not long after the person who sent the visiting card left. It seemed like the people from the Blue Cloud sect were anxious. They hoped to immediately rely on the Shangguan clan, so that the Qianquan sect couldn't attack the Blue Cloud sect. In fact, Shangguan Qingyun was overthinking. Lin Yi and Xin Yijie didn't care about the Qianquan sect at all. They wanted to use the Blue Cloud sect as a stepping stone to rise to the top. What was there to be afraid of? The reason why they came so quickly was only because the Blue Cloud sect's base was separated from the Shangguan clan by the Soaring Gate. Xiao Liuzi immediately cupped his fists and said in high spirits, "Master, I'll go and send them away. I'll come back soon to report to you." Shangguan Qingyun wanted to say that Xiao Liuzi's reason was a little euphemistic, but after thinking about it, there was no need to specifically explain it. Anyway, the people who came were not the direct descendants of the Shangguan clan. Even if the Blue Cloud sect was dissatisfied when they could escape from the Qianquan sect, he, as the Shangguan clan's master, would come forward personally. Then, everything could be salvaged. Therefore, Shangguan Qingyun didn't say much. He just waved his hand and asked Xiao Liuzi to represent the Shangguan clan to meet the people from the North Island's Blue Cloud sect. In the guest hall, Lin Yi and Xin Yijie were both there. Although the Shangguan clan was the weakest among the four big families, Lin Yi thought that he should take care of the Shangguan clan for the sake that they were from the same bloodline as Shanghai Tianhua. Therefore, he came to talk to the Shangguan clan's master personally. When the Archaeozoic Grand Meeting was held, the two sides should cooperate better. If the people from the Shangguan clan didn't know what was going on and accidentally hurt them, it wouldn't be fun if they killed two of the four big families at once. That's right, Lin Yi put both sides on the same level. To be honest, he had already overestimated the Shangguan clan. As for the backing sect, it was just a name. When the North Island's Blue Cloud sect became the leader of the four big families, it would be hard to say which sect would be the backing sect. Chapter 55:18. Genius 1 second. Remember if you want to go. Sure, Net provides you with wonderful novels to read. Not only that, this Jindan stage disciple even had a superior look on his face. He pointed his nostrils at Lin Yi and said, "You can go back. Our family master is quite busy and has no time to see you today." Lin Yi was slightly startled, then his eyes became unfathomable. With his divine sense, he could clearly sense that there were two nascent soul realm cultivators not far behind this golden core realm disciple. One was at the late nascent soul realm and the other was at the mid nascent soul realm. Obviously, one of them was the master of the Shangguan clan. So, what was the Shangguan clan trying to achieve by doing this? Xin Yijie frowned slightly and said, "Shangguan family head just asked our Jadian sect disciples to inform us that we can come and pay our respects. Why is there no time now?" Xin Yijie would never say something like that based on his temper in the past. However, Xin Yijie was no longer the ignorant person he used to be. Moreover, he had been with Lin Yi for a long time. Naturally, he had developed a spirit of arrogance. If it wasn't for the Shangguan family, Xin Yijie would not have cared about them at all. "Is it your place to butt in the matters of our patriarch? Why don't you take a look at yourself first? If it wasn't for the fact that your Qingyun sect has always been willing to be our Shangguan family's dog, you wouldn't even have the right to enter this door." Xiao Liu had completely misunderstood Shangguan Qingyun's meaning. Originally, Shangguan Qingyun only wanted him to find a reason to send the people from Green Cloud sect away, but this fellow thought that Shangguan Qingyun did not want to accept Green Cloud sect at all, so he acted pretentiously, offending Green Cloud sect as much as he could. Not to mention Xin Yijie. Even Shangguan Qingyun, who was secretly following behind to see what was going on, had a dark expression on his face. He thought to himself, no wonder this guy is from a branch family. If there's such a person in the main family, the Shangguan family would have been wiped out long ago. What did you say? Xin Yijie flew into a rage and stood up abruptly. However, before he could do anything, Lin Yi slapped him across the face. Love go small say neck raging flame 8 trigrams palm. Since he was from the Shangguan clan, Lin Yi didn't kill him, he just wanted to teach him a lesson. The wildfire 8 trigram palm was just a piece of cake for a small fry like him. Without any suspense, Xiaoliu was sent flying away. Don't waste your breath on him. This kind of barking dog, just send it flying, Lin Yi said lightly. He retracted his palm and picked up the teacup next to him. He fiddled with it twice and leisurely took a sip. Xin Yijie secretly wiped off the cold sweat on his forehead. He thought to himself, I thought I knew Grand Uncle Master's style very well, but I didn't know him well enough. Yes, Grand Uncle, I'll keep that in mind, Xin Yijie answered, feeling relieved. In the past, no one from the Blue Cloud sect would dare to be disrespectful to the Shangguan family. No matter how weak the Shangguan family was, they were still one of the Big Four. Any nascent soul cultivator would be stronger than the Blue Cloud sect. Shangguan Qingyun was extremely angry at this moment. Although Xiaoliu was indeed rude, he still represented the Shangguan family. How dare Lin Yi turn against him and send him flying with a slap? What was the Blue Cloud sect trying to do? Could the people from the Reliance sect be beaten up as they pleased? The Shangguan family was indeed weak. The Qiankuan sect and the Five Elements sect basically knew Lin Yi quite well. Only the Shangguan family's information about Lin Yi was still at the time when he first entered the ancient Jianghu. The Blue Cloud sect of the North Island brought back a Grand Uncle Master with a primordial spirit from the secular world. Liu Yun, go and teach these arrogant bastards a lesson. How dare they fight in our Shangguan family? Shangguan Qingyun turned around and whispered to the middle stage nascent soul realm elder, Shangguan Liuyun, who was following him. Shangguan Liuyun also heard that the people from the Blue Cloud sect were here, so he wanted to come and see them. However, after meeting Shangguan Qingyun, he knew the family's decision, so he simply followed Shangguan Qingyun to see the situation. Now that Shangguan Qingyun had spoken, Shangguan Liuyun was naturally duty-bound to do it. He immediately agreed and appeared in the living room. How dare you? How dare you fight with the people of the Shangguan family in our place? Do you really think that the Shangguan family can be bullied by others? Kneel down and admit your guilt, Shangguan Liuyun shouted, and at the same time, he revealed his momentum of the middle stage nascent soul realm. In Shangguan Liuyun's view, after the Blue Cloud sect of the North Island lost Chenju, they would not even be qualified to be one of the top 10. Otherwise, they would not let a person at the early stage of Gold Core be the leader. As for Lin Yi, he seemed to have hidden his strength. Although he showed that he was at the peak of Foundation establishment, he should have the strength of the nascent soul realm. However, he was at most at the peak of the early stage of nascent soul. Therefore, the momentum of the middle stage nascent soul realm was enough to oppress Lin Yi and Xin Yijie. He did not need to make a move, he could directly use his momentum to make the two beg for mercy. This was the way that the Shangguan family should do. However, Shangguan Liuyun did not expect that under the pressure of his middle stage nascent soul realm, even the leader of the early stage gold core realm, Xin Yijie, did not show any discomfort, let alone Lin Yi, who was still drinking tea leisurely. Not only that, Xin Yijie, who was initially smiling, suddenly turned cold after Shangguan Liuyun revealed his power. He straightened his back and his surging aura pushed back Shangguan Liuyun's aura like a monstrous tide, suppressing Shangguan Liuyun. Late stage nascent soul. Shangguan Liuyun was suddenly dumbfounded. What was going on? Where was the early stage of gold core? Even if nascent soul was mistaken as gold core, it was still the early stage of nascent soul. Late stage nascent soul, what the hell was that? Lin Yi put down the teacup in his hand, and directly made a combination punch of Soul Vortex and Frenzy Fire 8 trigram palm. While Shangguan Liuyun's divine sense was unstable, he slapped him and sent him flying. He then said calmly, I told you just now, did you forget it again? Don't show off your momentum, just send him flying. Do you want him to kneel down and admit his guilt? You can't be so ruthless. You can't be so ruthless. Yes, Grand Uncle. Xin Yijie agreed, and secretly wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. He could not tell whether he was ruthless or Grand Uncle was ruthless. After all, Shangguan Liuyun was a middle-stage nascent soul realm master, and Lin Yi did not have any intention to kill him. Therefore, the ordinary Soul Vortex and Frenzy Fire 8 trigram palm did not cause much harm to Shangguan Liuyun. After being sent flying, Shangguan Liuyun immediately stabilized his body. Although he was a little dirty, at least he was not as miserable as Xiaoliuzi. Chapter 55:19. Then, Lin Yi said slowly, "We, the Green Cloud sect of the North Island, came to pay our respects to the Shangguan clan, not because we think highly of the Shangguan clan, but because the Shangguan clan and the three big sects of the North Island are of the same lineage. It's all because of this relationship. Do you really think that the Green Cloud sect is asking the four weakest big sects to be their backing? I really don't know where you get your confidence from." His words were quite rude. Not only did Shangguan Liuyun's face turn red, but even Shangguan Qingyun, who was hiding in the dark, was also secretly embarrassed. However, what Shangguan Qingyun cared more about was the strength that Lin Yi had shown. It wasn't a big deal to be able to send Xiaoliuzi flying with a slap, but to be able to send Shangguan Liuyun flying with a slap, it wasn't simple no matter how he looked at it. Shangguan Qingyun knew that it would be difficult for him to do it so easily. In other words, this Lin Yi had at least the strength of the late nascent soul realm, or even higher. He might have reached the peak of the late nascent soul realm. Since when did the Green Cloud sect of the North Island have such powerful strength? At this moment, Shangguan Qingyun was a little hesitant. Judging from the strength that the Green Cloud sect of the North Island had shown, although it was far inferior to the Chenkuan sect, it was already an outstanding existence among the 10 small sects. If the Green Cloud sect had another nascent soul realm cultivator, it would be qualified to fight for a place in the top 4 big sects. With such strength, even if they offended the Chenkuan sect, they might not be destroyed. If the Shangguan clan intervened, they could protect the Green Cloud sect. With the Green Cloud sect as the Shangguan clan's support, the Shangguan clan would definitely have more say among the top 4 big sects in the future. The most important thing was that Lin Yi didn't fear the Shangguan clan at all. Thinking about it, it made sense. Lin Yi even killed the son of the Chenkuan sect's leader without hesitation. How could he have any fear for the Shangguan clan? Why didn't he understand this before? However, it was not too late now. From this point, it could be inferred that Lin Yi should have some powerful trump card. In a flash, Shangguan Qingyun had already thought through the pros and cons. He immediately laughed and walked out. He cupped his fists and said, "My friends from the Green Cloud sect are here. I couldn't get away from some matters just now, so I asked my disciple to entertain the two of you. Sorry for the neglect." After saying that, he seemed to notice that the atmosphere in the living room was not right. He frowned and asked, "What's going on?" Lin Yi didn't reply and just watched Shangguan Qingyun's act with a faint smile. He had been watching from the outside just now, so he didn't know what was going on. Who knows? Patriarch. They. Shangguan Liuyun was about to speak when he was interrupted by Shangguan Qingyun's glare. "Shut up." Shangguan Qingyun's face was filled with anger. He pointed at Shangguan Liuyun and said, Liuyun, you are an elder of the Shangguan clan. How could you offend a guest? And Xiaoliuzi, don't you know that guests are guests and you must welcome them with a smile? Don't tell me that the friends from the Green Cloud sect came here to make trouble. Looking at you, I know the problem must be with you. Shangguan Liuyun and Xiaoliuzi felt wronged. However, the patriarch had made it clear that he wanted to push them out as scapegoats. They wouldn't be insensible enough to go against the patriarch. Now, they could only bear the blame. What should I say to you? Shangguan Qingyun looked distressed. After pointing at Shangguan Liuyun, he pointed at Xiaoliuzi, and then at Shangguan Liuyun. Have you forgotten that I have always said that the Shangguan clan comes from the 3 major sects of the North Island? We and the 3 major sects of the North Island are brother sects of the same origin. We are of the same breadth and branches, and we advance and retreat together. Why don't you listen to me? Lin Yi picked up the teacup again and took a sip. He didn't want to talk at the moment, so he just drank tea and watched the show. After Shangguan Qingyun finished his performance, he should get to the point. Judging from Shangguan Qingyun's attitude, today's matter should be over. Lin Yi didn't want to make things too difficult for the Shangguan clan. After all, he had to give face to Shanghai Tianhua, not to mention the relationship with the Green Cloud sect. After reprimanding the 2 scapegoats, Shangguan Qingyun turned to Lin Yi and Xin Yijie with a smile and said, "My 2 friends, please don't mind them. These two guys probably have some complaints about the three major sects of the North Island because Xuanji sect switched to five-element sect. So, they vented their dissatisfaction on the Green Cloud sect. After all, the three major sects of the North Island have always been a trinity. My two friends, please forgive them. He was really good at shifting the blame. Lin Yi didn't bother to expose him, so he just drank his tea. Seeing that Lin Yi didn't respond, Xin Yijie had to speak up himself. After all, the current leader of the Green Cloud sect was Xin Yijie. Since the patriarch of the Shangguan clan had already said something good, he couldn't go too far. Therefore, Xin Yijie and Shangguan Qingyun began to chat casually. However, they had a tacit understanding not to mention the sect they relied on for the time being. Xin Yijie still didn't know what Lin Yi was thinking, so he naturally didn't dare to make a decision on his own. Shangguan Qingyun was the same. Although he already had the intention to rope in the Green Cloud sect, this matter was of great importance. After all, the decision still needed to be made by the old master. Since there was such a big commotion, Shangguan Qingyun knew that the old master would definitely come. However, the old master would never step out of the study room before he finished his calligraphy. Therefore, he could only delay it for now and wait for the old master to finish his calligraphy. Shangguan Qingyun felt that it was quite good for him to be able to do what Shangguan Feixing said. Fortunately, Xin Yijie was very cooperative and didn't put Shangguan Qingyun in a difficult position. Finally, when Lin Yi finished his second cup of tea out of boredom, Shangguan Feixing appeared. He was still holding the calligraphy that he had just finished. After he came in, he handed it to Shangguan Liuyun, who had a black face and a black mark on his back, and said, "Useless thing, frame the calligraphy when it's dry." Shangguan Liuyun didn't dare to refute. He quickly took it and said, "Yes, Grand Supreme Elder." Seeing Shangguan Feixing coming in, Shangguan Qingyun and Xin Yijie stood up to welcome the pillar of the Shangguan family. Only Lin Yi was still sitting calmly. He even signaled the disciple who was serving him to refill his teacup. Shangguan Feixing frowned at Lin Yi's attitude, his face expressionless. "Master Xin, your Green Cloud sect is really too arrogant now. It seems like our Shangguan house will have to rely on your Green Cloud sect in the future." Chapter 5520. Xin Yijie was slightly stunned. He did not expect Lin Yi to ignore Shangguan Feixing like this. However, Xin Yijie thought about Lin Yi's identity and realized that he did not need to take Lin Yi seriously. As a staunch supporter of Lin Yi, Xin Yijie immediately replied, "Senior Shangguan, you're exaggerating. However, based on our Grand Master's seniority, it's fine for Senior Shangguan to call him Grand Master. Don't you think it's a bit too much to say that Grand Master is arrogant?" Shangguan Feixing was so angry that he laughed. "What a joke. Don't think that I don't know that you brought back a strange primordial spirit from the secular world and claimed that he was the Grand Master of the Azure Cloud sect. It's fine if the Azure Cloud sect wants to mess around, but now you want me to call him Grand Master too? Do you really think that the Azure Cloud sect is the best in the world?" Lin Yi suddenly looked up at Shangguan Feixing and said calmly, "It's not up to you to decide whether the Azure Cloud sect is the best in the world. As for whether the Shangguan clan is going to rely on the Azure Cloud sect in the future, let's not talk about it for now. Let's talk about one thing now. What does the Shangguan clan want in this archaic grand meeting?" After a short pause, Lin Yi continued in a serious tone, "The Shangguan clan and the Azure Cloud sect are enemies? Friends?" Lin Yi's words revealed his unquestionable confidence. To be an enemy or a friend, there was only one choice. And to Lin Yi, these two didn't seem to be any different. Shangguan Feixing was furious, but he was shrewd enough to not fall out with Lin Yi on the spot. He immediately laughed and avoided Lin Yi's question. Instead, he brought the topic back to the Grand Master's seniority. "I've always said that the Shangguan clan and the three big sects of the Northern Island are of the same origin. If you can prove that you're the real Grandmaster of the Blue Cloud sect, then I'll call you Grandmaster. But if you can't prove it, then I won't waste my breath on a fake like you." Shangguan Feixing sat down, squinted at Lin Yi, and said coldly. Lin Yi raised his eyebrows. According to his previous temperament, Shangguan Feixing's words were equivalent to answering Lin Yi's question. From now on, the Shangguan clan and Jadian were enemies and not friend. However, when he thought about the help that Shanghai Tianhua had given him on Heaven Stage Island, Lin Yi was patient and did not leave in a huff. Forget it. Since you want evidence, I'll give you one. Lin Yi pointed at the calligraphy in Shangguan Liuyun's hand and said, if I'm not mistaken, what you wrote just now should be the Shangguan clan's mental cultivation method, right? Shangguan Feixing was slightly startled. The Shangguan clan's cultivation technique was something that ordinary people would never know. Although the Shangguan clan had the habit of using their cultivation technique as a form of calligraphy, even if an outsider were to see it, apart from the direct descendants of the Shangguan clan, no one would be able to understand it. For Lin Yi to be able to say that the calligraphy was the Shangguan clan's mental cultivation method, it showed that he had a good eye. But just this alone was far from enough to prove that Lin Yi was the Grandmaster of the Blue Cloud sect. You're quite knowledgeable, but this isn't a secret. Your Blue Cloud sect should have some books about this. Don't tell me you're thinking of using this to prove your identity as a senior. Shangguan Feixing had a mocking smile on his face, hiding his true thoughts. Lin Yi smiled and said, don't worry. What I want to say is, your calligraphy is not bad, but it's a pity that you didn't complete it. This time, Shangguan Feixing was really shocked. Outsiders wouldn't be able to understand the Shangguan clan's mental cultivation method, so even if they saw it, they wouldn't know that what he had written down was only a fragment of the Shangguan clan's mental cultivation method. Furthermore, this was only the last part of the incomplete manual. Outsiders would only think that it was a few profound sentences, and wouldn't be able to understand the profound meaning behind it. If Lin Yi was completely relying on guessing, then his observation and deduction skills had reached an astonishing level. But what if Lin Yi wasn't relying on guessing? This thought only flashed past his mind, but it quickly grew like weeds in spring. Shangguan Feixing couldn't get rid of this thought no matter how hard he tried. Lin Yi pointed at Shangguan Liuyun and said, "What's your name? Spread out your words, don't shake them." Shangguan Liuyun immediately felt extremely humiliated. However, after being slapped by Lin Yi, he didn't dare to disobey Lin Yi. He could only glare at Lin Yi, then turn his head away and pretended to spread out his words unintentionally. Lin Yi couldn't be bothered with Shangguan Liuyun's little tricks. He turned to Shangguan Feixing and said, "This last sentence is not complete. If I'm not wrong, your Shangguan clan's mental cultivation method was lost here, right? Otherwise, you would have at least finished writing this sentence." Shangguan Feixing was shocked again. What Lin Yi said was absolutely correct. The mental cultivation method of the Shangguan clan was incomplete from here. This was the Shangguan clan's secret, and only the direct descendants of the Shangguan clan would know about it. To be honest, at this moment, Shangguan Feixing had begun to hope that Lin Yi was really the primordial spirit of the Shangguan clan. If Lin Yi could help the Shangguan clan perfect their mental cultivation method, it would be more valuable than anything else. By then, Shangguan Feixing could even call Lin Yi ancestor, let alone grandmaster. This sentence was only half written. It's not very impressive that you could see through it. Shangguan Feixing calmed himself down and maintained a calm expression on his face. Fu Yun's Chi Thunder Strike consumes the Nangong clan's tool principle. Lin Yi didn't answer Shangguan Feixing. Instead, he muttered something out of the blue. Xin Yijie was completely confused and didn't understand what Lin Yi was saying at all. However, Shangguan Feixing's body shook violently. He stood up abruptly with a face full of disbelief. He then fell into deep thought. Shangguan Qingyun also felt a little dizzy. Others might not understand what Lin Yi was saying, but he was different. Shangguan Qingyun could be said to have memorized the Shangguan clan's mental cultivation method backwards. Even if he couldn't recite it, he still had the words that his father had just written for him. The last sentence only had 5 words, Fu Yun's Chi Thunder Falls. Could it be that the sentence that Lin Yi recited was the first sentence of the missing part of the mental cultivation method of the Shangguan clan? Thinking of this, Shangguan Qingyun immediately said to the disciple who was serving him, "There's nothing for you to do here. Bring little Six to heal his wounds. Without my order, no one is allowed to come here." "Yes, master." The disciple quickly went up to support little Six and walked out quickly. This matter was no longer something they could participate in. If they didn't leave immediately, They might be targeted in the future. Chapter 55:21. After Shangguan Qingyun and the others left, he let out a sigh of relief. He would have to rely on Shangguan Feishing to verify whether Lin Yi's recitation was true or not. Shangguan Qingyun didn't have the ability to do so, but no matter what, he had to keep everything that happened here a secret from now on. Why did Shangguan Feishing like to practice his family's mental cultivation method? Apart from it being a habit of the Shangguan family, the most important reason was that Shangguan Feishing wanted to deduce the missing mental cultivation method from the calligraphy. Only by doing so could the Shangguan family develop further. As for the other members of the Shangguan family, they were just following the Supreme Elder's footsteps and flattering him. They didn't understand the deeper meaning behind it. Unfortunately, the progress in this area had been stagnant for a long time. It wasn't that Shangguan Feishing didn't deduce some directions, but every time he delved deeper, he would find all sorts of problems, and he would end up back at square one. However, what Lin Yi recited was different. Shangguan Feishing was very experienced in deducing, so he could confirm that the second half of Lin Yi's mental cultivation method was completely correct after a slight deduction. Shangguan Feishing had tried many times to deduce the second half of the mental cultivation method, but every single word of the Shangguan family's mental cultivation method had an extremely important meaning. Perhaps Shangguan Feishing had deduced one word correctly, but if there was a problem with the second word, then he would have to start all over again. So it's like this. It's simply too amazing. Shangguan Feishing's expression kept changing, and he kept muttering to himself. It was obvious that he was immersed in Lin Yi's mental cultivation method, unable to extricate himself from it. Not only that, Shangguan Feishing had even started circulating his energy to verify the authenticity of the mental cultivation method. Lin Yi didn't bother him. It didn't matter if he told them half of the mental cultivation method. After all, the Shangguan family's mental cultivation method was still missing at least a quarter of it. The fact that they were able to become one of the 4 great sects and families with only 3/4 of the mental cultivation method was enough to show how powerful this mental cultivation method was. It was no wonder that on Heaven Stage Island, Shanghai Tianhua was one of the few giants. His fame spread all over Heaven Stage Island and was definitely not limited to the North Island. Actually, Lin Yi didn't know that when the Shangguan clan became one of the 4 big clans, they already had 3 nascent Soul Realm cultivators. After so many years, they still had 3 nascent Soul Realm cultivators. As for the other 4 big clans, they would at least have 1 or 2 more nascent Soul Realm cultivators, especially the Chenkuan sect. It was because the Shangguan clan's core mental cultivation technique was missing a quarter of the most important part. If the Shangguan clan's cultivation technique was complete, they might have already dominated the entire underworld, and they wouldn't be the weakest among the 4 big clans. After a short while, Shangguan Feishing finally stopped. When he looked at Lin Yi again, his eyes were filled with passion. "Fellow Daoist Lin, where did you see this saying?" Although Shangguan Feishing didn't call Lin Yi martial uncle, there was an obvious change in his tone. At the very least, there was a hint of humility in his tone. Lin Yi curled his lips and thought to himself, "Would I tell you that I saw this on Heaven Stage Island? Would I tell you that it was the complete mental cultivation technique personally written by Shanghai Tianhua, and that it was picked out by his obedient granddaughter and given to me? Elder Shangguan, you don't need to know where I got this mnemonic chant. All you need to know is that this mnemonic chant isn't fake." Lin Yi chuckled and continued, "Could it be that Elder Shangguan thinks that this half of the mnemonic chant isn't enough, and you want the remaining quarter of the mental cultivation technique?" Upon hearing this, Shangguan Feishing almost knelt down. He didn't know how much of his family's mental cultivation technique was missing, but he estimated that it was at least 1/10 of it. He didn't expect Lin Yi to say that there was still a quarter of it missing. To be honest, Shangguan Feishing really wanted to call Lin Yi his ancestor. As long as he could obtain the complete mental cultivation technique, the Shangguan family's nascent soul realm would experience a surge. By then, not only would they be the leader of the 4 great families, they would even have no problem dominating the ancient martial world. Of course, if Lin Yi had the complete mental cultivation technique, the Shangguan family wouldn't be able to avoid Lin Yi and his Emerald Cloud sect if they wanted to dominate the ancient martial world. No matter what, This was a rare opportunity for the Shangguan family. If they didn't seize it, they would be punished by the heavens. Shangguan Feixing took a deep breath and squeezed out a smile that he thought was the most sincere. Fellow Daoist Lin, let's talk about the Emerald Cloud sect first. Speaking of which, the Emerald Cloud sect and our Shangguan family have always been of the same origin. So, this time, when the Emerald Cloud sect is in trouble, our Shangguan family will definitely lend a helping hand. Of course, the strength of our help will be different depending on the situation. If fellow Daoist Lin can help our Shangguan family with the complete mental cultivation technique, our Shangguan family will bear any trouble that the Emerald Cloud sect faces. What do you think? If not, I will send someone to announce that the Emerald Cloud sect's backer this year will still be our Shangguan family. Shangguan Feixing really wanted the mental cultivation technique in Lin Yi's hands. However, as he spoke, he lost his previous humility and reverted back to his previous arrogance. Lin Yi's expression turned cold. He glanced at Shangguan Feixing and said, "Are you mistaken? I've given you face by calling you Elder Shangguan, but don't think that you're someone important. Do you think I care about the Shangguan family's protection? Don't make it sound so funny, okay?" Shangguan Feixing was stunned. What was going on? He had taken the initiative to express his goodwill. Shouldn't Lin Yi thank him? If the Shangguan family and the Emerald Cloud sect were to join forces, they wouldn't have to worry about the Chenkuan sect anymore. Especially since Lin Yi had the mental cultivation technique that the Shangguan family lacked. But what was Lin Yi's attitude? Was he looking down on the Shangguan family? To be honest, Lin Yi didn't really look up to the Shangguan family. With their cowardly attitude, where was the heroic spirit of Shanghai Tianhua? If word got out, it would be a disgrace to Shanghai Tianhua. I'll ask you one more time. In this archaic meeting, will the Shangguan family and the Emerald Cloud sect be friends, or enemies? Lin Yi's face was cold as he continued with the previous topic. You've changed the topic before, but this time, I hope you can make it clear. If you want to be enemies with the Emerald Cloud sect, then I have nothing to worry about. I'll just step on both the Shangguan family and the Chenkuan sect, and then support another sect to replace you. It doesn't matter if it's the Rising Sky sect, the Leaf Spirit sect, or even the Thousand Blades sect. Chapter 55-22. After that, Lin Yi turned around and said to Shinijie, "What I meant was so obvious, yet you want me to explain it more clearly. These people are so hard to communicate with. I think the Shangguan family is useless. What do you think?" Shinijie was 100% on Lin Yi's side. He immediately nodded and said, "That's true. Why don't we just go back? We can deal with the Chenkuan sect and the Shangguan family anyway. It's not a big deal." Shangguan Qingyun was furious and said, "How dare you? Do you really think the two of you can just ignore our Shangguan clan?" Even if Lin Yi had some tricks up his sleeves, and Shinijie was already a late nascent soul realm expert, Shangguan Qingyun and Shinijie were at the same level, and Shangguan Feixing was at the perfected nascent soul realm. Together with Shangguan Liuyun, who was at the mid-nascent soul realm, Shangguan Qingyun felt that he had the upper hand. However, Shangguan Feixing raised his hand to stop Shangguan Qingyun from continuing. He asked Lin Yi with a serious face, "Are you serious?" Lin Yi said indifferently, "I'm not in the mood to joke with you." After a pause, Lin Yi continued, "If sect leader Shin didn't tell me that the Shangguan family has been taking care of the Azure Cloud sect all these years, I wouldn't even bother to talk nonsense with you. You have to understand that I'm the Grand Master of the Azure Cloud sect, not the Grand Master of the Shangguan family. I don't even care about the Chenkuan sect. How much do you think you're worth?" Shangguan Feixing was speechless. Lin Yi was right. Would a person who didn't even care about the Chenkuan sect care about the Shangguan family? Lin Yi thought for a while and added, "Oh, by the way, I only said so much because I have a confidant who is related to the Shangguan family. Otherwise, do you think I would waste my time talking to her?" Shangguan Feixing, who was a little depressed by Lin Yi's words, was overjoyed. He quickly asked, "Is your confidant also an ancient essence soul?" "You don't need to know that. All you need to know is that it's true." Lin Yi was just casually mentioning it. Of course, he wouldn't tell her about Shanghai Lena. In fact, he was only doing this for the sake of Shanghai Tianhua. As for Shanghai Lena, Perhaps she wouldn't care whether the Shangguan clan was related to her family or not. Shangguan Feixing continued to ask, "Then where is this woman of yours now? Can this old man pay a visit to her?" After hearing that Lin Yi had a female friend who was related to the Shangguan clan, Shangguan Feixing had already addressed Lin Yi with Sir twice. It was clear that he was quite anxious. Lin Yi didn't understand Elder Shangguan's thoughts at all. He waved his hand and said, "Impossible, you won't be able to see her." Shangguan Feixing couldn't hide the disappointment on his face. However, since Lin Yi had already said so, he couldn't say anything else. Right now, Shangguan Feixing was struggling in his heart. If he could see the woman mentioned by Lin Yi, it wouldn't be a big deal for the Shangguan clan to humble themselves. After all, everything that Lin Yi knew came from this female essence soul. Therefore, even without Lin Yi, the Shangguan clan's mental cultivation technique could still be completed. Apart from that, if this female essence soul was as powerful as Lin Yi, the Shangguan clan's rise would be unstoppable. Xin Yijie, who was originally an early gold core ant, had now become a top-notch late nascent soul cultivator. In the entire ancient underworld, there weren't many people who could compete with Xin Yijie. Unfortunately, there was one thing that Lin Yi was right about. No matter how powerful he was still the grand uncle of the Azure Cloud sect, not the grand uncle of the Shangguan clan. If there were any benefits, he could give some to the Shangguan clan, but most of it would definitely be given to the Azure Cloud sect. To the Shangguan clan, this was a great pity. Another thing was, although the Azure Cloud sect was very powerful now, it couldn't change the fact that the Azure Cloud sect used to be a sect under the Shangguan clan for a long time. Asking the Shangguan clan to cooperate with a sect under the Azure Cloud sect on an equal footing, or even to be in a weaker position, would be too shameful. Lin Yi saw Shangguan Feixing's hesitant expression, and Shangguan Qingyun, the current clan leader, didn't have any opinion. He was extremely disappointed in the Shangguan clan. It was because of this decision-maker that the Shangguan clan became the weakest of the four great clans. Even if they were given the complete mental cultivation technique, the Shangguan clan wouldn't be able to achieve much under the leadership of these two guys. "Forget it, let's go." Lin Yi stood up and said to Xin Yijie. He was about to walk out. At this point, the future of the Shangguan clan had nothing to do with Lin Yi anymore. Shangguan Feixing's expression changed. He was hesitating whether he should ask Lin Yi and Xin Yijie to stay. It was better to wait and see. He would talk to Lin Yi after he had made up his mind. Right at this moment, a disciple ran over at lightning speed, stopped far away outside the living room, and said in a loud voice, reporting to Grand Supreme Elder, Clan Master, 2 nascent soul elders from Chenkuan sect have come to visit. They say, they want to catch the murderer of their sect master's son. Shangguan Feixing was stunned, and he was a little annoyed. Isn't this Chenkuan sect too overbearing? Catch him. This is the Shangguan clan, not the Blue Cloud sect's territory. Aren't they disrespecting the Shangguan clan by coming here to catch the murderer? However, before Shangguan Feixing could say anything, the 2 nascent soul sect elders from the Chenkuan sect had already barged into the living room. This made Shangguan Feixing even angrier. No matter what, they were from one of the 4 big sects, and they had barged into the living room without even notifying the Chenkuan sect. This wasn't just disrespecting the Shangguan clan. In fact, the 2 nascent soul realm elders from the Chenkuan sect did not have any special intention. They just heard from their informant that after Lin Yi entered the Shangguan clan, he continuously beat up the people of the Shangguan clan. Obviously, he had fallen out with the Shangguan clan. In this way, the Shangguan clan would definitely not accept the Blue Cloud sect as their sect. Since that was the case, why didn't they take this opportunity to catch Lin Yi? Why would they wait for the Blue Cloud sect to find a stronger backer? Although the Chenkuan sect was sure that the other 4 great clans wouldn't disrespect them after they heard the news, it was also possible for the 5 Elements sect to accept the Blue Cloud sect. After all, Lin Yi was an alchemist, and the 5 Elements sect was also a great alchemist sect. Therefore, the Tribulation Master quickly sent 2 nascent soul realm cultivators to kill Lin Yi. Chapter 55-23. One of the 2 nascent soul realm experts was at the late nascent soul realm, while the other was at the middle nascent soul realm. In terms of strength, They were second only to Immortal Du Nan and Immortal Du Jie in the Chenkuan sect. They were ranked third and fourth in the Chenkuan sect. Immortal Du Jie's dead son could not be compared to them at all. Immortal Du Jie believed that they were more than enough to kill Lin Yi. After all, his dead son was not talented. 80% of his strength came from the accumulation of exotic minerals and earthly treasures. His real strength was not even comparable to those at the peak of the late Gold Core realm. Which one is Lin Yi from the Green Cloud sect? Come out now. When the two nascent soul realm experts of the Chenkuan sect entered the living room, they felt that the atmosphere was a little strange. However, they did not think too much about it. They just thought that this was the situation after the two sides had a falling out. So, they directly asked for Lin Yi. Then, they remembered that this was the territory of the Shangguan family, and it was not appropriate for them to be so direct. So, they cupped their hands and said to Shangguan Feixing and Shangguan Qingyun, Senior Shangguan, Family Master Shangguan, we were ordered to catch the murderer, Lin Yi, who killed our sect leader's son. Please forgive us if we have disturbed you. If you don't mind, can you do us a favor? It sounded like he was asking for their opinion, but in fact, his tone did not sound like he was asking for their opinion at all. He was just stating a fact forcefully. Shangguan Qingyun looked at Shangguan Feixing awkwardly. When his old man was here, he would never make a decision. Besides, he was not a man with a mind of his own, so he did not dare to make a decision recklessly. Looking at the aggressive and arrogant expressions of the two nascent soul realm experts, Shangguan Feixing suddenly felt a little angry. He had already suffered a lot because of Lin Yi. Now, these two elders of the Chenkuan sect dared to be arrogant in front of him? Even though the Shangguan family was not as powerful as the Chenkuan sect, Shangguan Feixing was a perfected nascent soul realm cultivator, which was on the same level as Immortal Du Nan. These two elders were really nothing in front of Shangguan Feixing. You too, this is our Shangguan clan's territory. Don't you think it's against the rules for you to barge in without notifying us? Shangguan Feixing's expression was as cold as ice, and he spoke in an indifferent tone. The two nascent soul realm cultivators from the Chenkuan sect were startled at the same time. They didn't expect Shangguan Feixing to have such an attitude. After looking at each other, the late nascent soul realm elder said, Senior Shangguan, we've talked about this just now. It's a sudden matter, please forgive us. Shangguan clan, please do us a favor today, and our Chenkuan sect will remember it in the future. Shangguan Feixing was still expressionless as he said, I can forgive you, but I can't make it convenient for you. Right now, our Shangguan clan is welcoming the Blue Cloud sect's guests. Please wait outside. If there's anything, we'll talk about it after Jade Cloud sect pays their respects to the pier. Paying respects to the dock. I think they fell out. The late nascent soul stage elder of the Chenkuan sect did not care about Shangguan Feixing at all. Whether or not there's a falling out, that's a matter between the Shangguan family and the Blue Cloud sect. There's no need for the Chenkuan sect to worry. As for whether or not the Blue Cloud sect will be accepted by the Shangguan clan, it has nothing to do with your Chenkuan sect. That's all I have to say, please leave immediately. Shangguan Feixing's sudden unyielding attitude surprised not only the two nascent soul realm cultivators, even Shangguan Qingyun did not expect it. Lin Yi looked at Shangguan Feixing with a faint smile on his face. He had no intention of interfering. He thought that this old man was indecisive, but he didn't expect him to be so courageous. The late nascent soul stage elder of the Chenkuan sect squinted his eyes and looked at Shangguan Feixing for a while. After all, Shangguan Feixing was a perfected nascent soul realm cultivator, and he didn't dare offend him. So, he nodded and said, all right, we'll wait at the entrance. Tell us if the Shangguan clan has accepted the Blue Cloud sect or not. Shangguan Feixing was furious. This tone was clearly a threat, as if the Chenkuan sect would come and destroy the Shangguan clan at any time if the Shangguan clan dared to accept the Blue Cloud sect. If it was Lin Yi, he would have slapped the Chenkuan sect elder. However, although Shangguan Feixing was unyielding for a while, he didn't dare offend the Chenkuan sect too much. He could only swallow his anger and say, please go ahead. The two nascent soul stage elders of the Chenkuan sect snorted at the same time. They waved their sleeves and were about to leave. Lin Yi, who had been watching the show for a long time, suddenly said, "You two don't have to go ahead either. Yo, looks like you're quite tactful. You know that you can't escape after offending the Chenkuan sect, so you're going to leave with us?" The late nascent soul stage elder of the Chenkuan sect said with a happy expression. It would be best if they could save themselves some trouble. Lin Yi laughed and said, "If you're stupid, you should read more books. Otherwise, it'll be difficult for you to understand what I'm saying. What I mean is, since you two are here, you don't have to leave." Before he finished his words, the soul hook hand had already struck out silently. The two nascent soul stage elders of the Chenkuan sect didn't even have time to react before they fell to the ground. Everyone in the room was dumbfounded. What was going on? Why did the two nascent soul stage elders fall to the ground in a few seconds? Were they drunk? Did they suffer from heat stroke? Lin Yi turned to Xin Yijie and said, "These two eyesores, throw them out and feed them to the dogs, lest they annoy me." Xin Yijie knew that Lin Yi was powerful, but he didn't know that Lin Yi was this powerful. A late nascent soul stage elder and a middle nascent soul stage elder. He didn't even raise his hand, and they were killed just like that. Even if all the nascent soul stage elders in the ancient Jianghu united, they wouldn't be a match for Grand Uncle Master, right? Xin Yijie was so excited that he felt like his heart was going to explode. However, he still looked very calm on the surface. This was the time to fight for Grand Uncle Master's reputation, so he couldn't be too stupid. "Yes, Grand Uncle Master," Xin Yijie said calmly. Then he picked up the two nascent soul stage elders on the ground and walked out slowly. As for the three nascent soul stage elders of the Shangguan clan, they were all scared out of their wits. What the hell did Lin Yi do? He killed them just because of a disagreement. They didn't even see him move, and two nascent soul stage elders died just like that. If Lin Yi wanted to deal with the Shangguan clan, wouldn't it be as easy as flipping his palm? Come to think of it, when he was talking to Lin Yi just now, there were a lot of chances to kill them just because of a disagreement. It was already a miracle that they didn't die. After Xin Yijie dealt with the two nascent soul stage elders from the Chenkuan sect, he came back after a while. Seeing that the three people from the Shangguan clan were still in a daze, he coughed softly and said respectfully, "Grand Uncle Master, the two dead people have been dealt with." Chapter 55-24. However, seeing that Lin Yi did not speak, he thought for a moment and added, "Elder Shangguan, why don't we continue the topic just now? What is the Shangguan clan thinking?" After speaking, Xin Yijie turned around and looked at Lin Yi. He was not sure if his words would make Grand Uncle Master unhappy. After all, the Shangguan clan came from one of the three great sects on the northern island. If possible, he should let them be with the Blue Cloud sect. Lin Yi was expressionless. He thought that Xin Yijie was quite smart. Shanghai Tianhua had done him a great favor, and he should help the Shangguan clan if he could. "So," he said calmly, "I didn't want to talk nonsense with you guys. I was planning to go back to the Blue Cloud sect and see who's stronger in the Archean Grand Meeting. However, just now, your attitude was not bad. At the critical moment, you did not do anything that would make me look down on you even more. Therefore, I have changed my mind and will give you one more chance. I will reluctantly accept you as my little brother sect." Shangguan Feishing smiled bitterly in his heart. Lin Yi initially came here to pay his respects, and he was prepared to accept the Shangguan clan as his backing sect. Just now, the Shangguan clan had the chance to be on equal footing with the Blue Cloud sect. But now, they had become his little brother sect. However, Shangguan Feishing no longer had any dissatisfaction. With the methods Lin Yi had displayed, he was indeed qualified to accept the Shangguan clan as his little brother sect. Especially when Lin Yi still had a quarter of the Shangguan clan's missing mental cultivation method. Who could he blame? He could have gotten everything, but it was good enough that he could keep some of it. If he lost everything in the future, he wouldn't even have a place to cry. Shangguan Feishing sighed in his heart. He understood that it was inevitable for the Shangguan clan to become the Blue Cloud sect's vassal. Fortunately, this was not necessarily a bad thing, as the Shangguan clan might be able to rise in power in the near future. However, Shangguan Feishing still couldn't bring himself to do so. Hence, he lifted his leg and gave his son a kick. Then, he gave Shangguan Qingyun a meaningful look. Shangguan Qingyun instantly understood. He just didn't have his own opinions, but he wasn't stupid. He immediately put on a smile and said, "Senior Lin, no, Martial Granduncle Lin, for you and sect leader Shin to think of our Shangguan clan, this junior is really grateful. Don't worry, Granduncle, during this immemorial grand meeting, our Shangguan clan will definitely follow the lead of the Blue Cloud Sect. As long as Martial Granduncle commands, the Shangguan family will definitely cooperate with you." Lin Yi nodded his head. The Shangguan clan had finally realized the situation they were in, and they didn't continue walking down the dark path. However, Lin Yi also understood that the Shangguan clan had submitted to Lin Yi because of his domineering attitude, and it wasn't because they were willing to submit to him. In order to make them truly submit to Lin Yi, he would need to give them some real benefits. For example, nascent soul and golden core. Lin Yi tossed the 2 nascent soul golden cores to Shangguan Qingyun. After Shangguan Qingyun instinctively caught them, he said indifferently, "Take advantage of the fact that the ancient meeting has yet to start to raise your strength. Otherwise, I'll have to divert my attention to take care of all of you. It would be bad if I fall behind the top 4. Nascent soul golden cores. And they're of the supreme grade?" Shangguan Qingyun cried out in surprise. At first, he didn't know what Lin Yi had tossed over like a stone. When he saw it clearly, he was immediately at a loss of what to do. These were supreme-grade nascent soul golden cores. How could he just casually toss them around like this? At the very least, he should have kept them in 2 top-quality spiritual jade bottles. Even Shangguan Feixing was shocked by Lin Yi's generosity. Originally, he wanted Lin Yi to tell the Shangguan clan more about the mental cultivation method. However, he felt that the relationship between the Shangguan clan and Lin Yi wasn't that good yet, so he had to wait until he could get closer to them. After all, with the help of a female primordial divinity grandmaster, there was still hope. However, the 2 supreme-grade nascent soul golden elixirs that Lin Yi had given out right now were definitely not any less valuable than the chant. After all, these were treasures that could immediately raise the Shangguan clan's combat strength. Even if the mental cultivation method was completed, it wouldn't be able to see its effects immediately. "Senior Lin, this gift is too precious." Shangguan Feixing was beaming with joy. He had completely let go of the last bit of unhappiness in his heart. However, he didn't dare to say that the gift was too precious, so he was embarrassed to accept it. If Lin Yi really took it back, he would really cry in the latrine. Lin Yi waved his hand nonchalantly and said, "It's no big deal. As long as they follow me sincerely, I will never mistreat them." Yes, yes, yes. Senior Lin, it's really hard to get a grandmaster like you. Our Shangguan clan has decided to return to the ranks of the 3 great sects of the North Island. Of course, we won't return to the Soaring Heaven sect, but to the Blue Cloud sect. Once he let go of the burden in his heart, Shangguan Feixing immediately did everything thoroughly. He even said that the Shangguan clan would return to the Blue Cloud sect. There's no need for that. After all, the Shangguan clan has a long history. There's no need for us to merge with the Blue Cloud sect. Of course, Lin Yi wouldn't agree to this suggestion. If he did, he wouldn't be able to face Shanghai Tianhua in the future. Looking at Shangguan Feixing, Lin Yi immediately smiled and said, "Just say what you want to say, there's no need to beat around the bush." Shangguan Feixing said with a smile on his face, "Great Martial Uncle's eyes are really sharp. You've seen through this junior's thoughts with just a single glance. It's like this, because our Shangguan clan's cultivation technique is incomplete, many of our disciples can't progress any further. Great Martial Uncle, can you give us some pointers? If you just give us some pointers, we'll be able to avoid a lot of detours." To be honest, Shangguan Feixing didn't think that Lin Yi would tell them the missing mental cultivation method of the Shangguan clan after giving them the 2 nascent soul golden cores. However, Shangguan Feixing didn't want to give up without asking. So, he carefully made this request with the intention of giving it a try. What he didn't expect was that Lin Yi didn't even blink and agreed, "No problem. It's the mental cultivation method of your Shangguan clan, and I got it from the ancestors of your clan. It's only right for me to return it to you. Grandmaster, it's natural for you to feel troubled. After all, you have to inform the female ancestor first." "What? Grandmaster, you're saying?" No problem. Shangguan Feishing, who was worried about his gains and losses, instinctively thought that Lin Yi had directly rejected him. In order to not offend Lin Yi, he subconsciously wanted to find a way for Lin Yi to step down. When he understood what was going on, he immediately felt like he could die from happiness. Chapter 55-25. Without further ado, Lin Yi recited the rest of the mental cultivation method word by word. With the strength of these people, they could memorize it completely after hearing it once. Even if there were any omissions, the three of them could compare with each other, so there was no need to worry about them making any mistakes. After he finished reciting, Lin Yi said calmly, "This is the complete mental cultivation method that I know. Whether it's real or not, you can verify it yourself. I won't repeat myself if you remember it or not." "Thank you, Grand Master." Shangguan Feishing was so excited that his eyes were brimming with tears. He almost knelt down in front of Lin Yi. With the complete version of the mental cultivation method, the rise of the Shangguan clan was just around the corner. Not to mention the 2 golden cores of nascent soul that Lin Yi had previously, he could also upgrade Shangguan Qingyun to the great perfection of the nascent soul realm. With 2 nascent soul realm cultivators at the great perfection of the Shangguan clan, even the Qiankuan sect would not dare to provoke them. Speaking of which, the Qiankuan sect had lost 3 nascent soul realm cultivators. Now that their strength had been greatly reduced, when Shangguan Qingyun reached the great perfection of the nascent soul realm, the status of both parties would be completely reverse. Lin Yi waved his hand at Xin Yijie, indicating that he could go back. As for the gratitude of the 3 guys from the Shangguan clan, Lin Yi just waved his hand to dismiss it. After leaving the Shangguan clan's gate, Xin Yijie, who had been forcing himself to stay calm, began to tremble with excitement. If he had done so just now, he would have embarrassed Lin Yi. But it didn't matter now. For Jadian sect to have such a glorious moment, Xin Yijie had never thought of it before. Lin Yi chuckled and patted on Xin Yijie's shoulder. "Look at you. Such a small matter and you're already so excited. When you become the leader of the Jadian sect, the leader of the 4 major sects, you'll be so excited." "Grandmaster, you're right. I've never seen the world. But I'm really excited. Our Qingyun sect has never been so glorious before." Xin Yijie touched his head awkwardly. He was already an old man, but he was still acting like a child. All right. No matter what, you're a sect leader. We're about to return to the station, so pay attention to your image." Lin Yi shook his head and reminded him with a faint smile. Then, he didn't say anything more. Xin Yijie agreed and quickly took a few deep breaths to calm himself down. After a few steps, he had recovered a lot. "Oh right. Grandmaster, since the Shangguan clan is now on our side, our Blue Cloud sect is already extremely powerful. Why don't we go look for the Xuanji sect as well?" After Xin Yijie calmed down, he suddenly thought of Xuanji sect, one of the 3 major sects in the North Island, so he immediately suggested to Lin Yi with hope. What a great guy! Lin Yi secretly laughed in his heart. Xin Yijie attached great importance to the words come from the same lineage. That's why he secretly suggested to help the Shangguan clan, and now he wanted to help the Xuanji sect. However, Xin Yijie had a sense of propriety. It was all within the scope that Lin Yi could allow. Therefore, not only did Lin Yi not dislike it, but he also felt that Xin Yijie was indeed a trustworthy person. "If you think it's a good idea, just do it. I have no opinion." Lin Yi didn't care much about the Xuanji sect. After all, it was just a sect that didn't even enter the top 10. Moreover, Lin Yi didn't have much of a relationship with the Xuanji pavilion on the Heaven Stage Island. Since Xin Yijie mentioned it, he would help him if he could. It wouldn't take much effort anyway. Xin Yijie was overjoyed. He clenched his fist hard and said, "Thank you so much, Grand Master. I'll go to the Xuanji sect and have a talk with them later." Although they have already found the 5 Elements sect as their backing, it won't stop the Xuanji sect from returning to the top 3 sects of the Northern Island. In fact, there would definitely be an impact. However, after Xin Yijie saw how Lin Yi dealt with the Qiankuan sect, he naturally had a sense of pride and arrogance. He felt that even if the 5 Elements sect had an opinion, it would be insignificant to the Blue Cloud sect. Moreover, Xin Yijie believed that Lin Yi would never care about the 5 Elements sect's opinion, Alright, do as you see fit. Just let me know when you're done, Lin Yi said indifferently. He then walked into the courtyard of the Blue Cloud Sect station. In the open space in the courtyard, there was a disciple of the Blue Cloud Sect practicing his martial arts. He controlled the power of the martial arts within a radius of half a foot around his body, without any leakage at all. It could be seen that he was quite talented in this aspect. Xin Yijie walked in behind Lin Yi. Seeing the situation in the courtyard, he immediately showed a satisfied smile. He nodded slightly and said, "Half a step to the right, hold the strength and hit with an inch to recover the qi." Good. That's it. The disciple in the courtyard performed the martial arts perfectly according to Xin Yijie's instructions. After finishing, he immediately saluted respectfully and said, "Disciple Jin Wei Feng pays respect to Grand Master and Master." Lin Yi nodded with a smile and said, "Not bad. He's a good seedling. Yijie, this disciple of yours is not bad. Be careful, he'll surpass you soon." Xin Yijie laughed and said, "It's rare that Grand Master appreciates this kid. If he really can surpass me, it'll be a wonderful thing. However, I have Grand Master's protection. It'll be a little difficult for this kid to surpass me." Lin Yi couldn't help but smile. This Xin Yijie really liked telling the truth. However, what he meant was that he wanted Lin Yi to help improve his disciple Jin Weifeng's strength. To be honest, Lin Yi was quite optimistic about Jin Weifeng. As Xin Yijie's direct disciple, Jin Weifeng was lacking in cultivation resources in the past. After all, before he met Lin Yi, Xin Yijie was only in the early stage of Gold Core, which ranked the lowest in Jadian Sect. It was not enough for him to take care of Jin Weifeng. However, Jin Weifeng was indeed a talented guy. He did not participate in the training in the secular world in order to break through to foundation perfected. After Lin Yi completed the Jadian Sect skills, he succeeded in breaking through to Gold Core. Without Lin Yi's help, Xin Yijie would have been overtaken or even surpassed by his own disciple. Unfortunately, there was no more Gold Core. Otherwise, he could have trained Jin Weifeng well. Lin Yi sighed in his heart. However, he immediately felt something was wrong. "Jin Weifeng, you're already at the peak of late-stage Gold Core?" Lin Yi didn't notice it just now. Now, he suddenly realized that Xin Yijie's direct disciple had already reached the peak of late-stage Gold Core. In an instant, Lin Yi's eyes were as cold as ice. Because the first thing he thought of was that Jin Weifeng had defected to the center. In the entire ancient underworld, other than Lin Yi, only the center had the ability to greatly improve a person's strength in a short period of time. Lin Yi knew very well that he definitely did not help Jin Weifeng. So the only possibility was the center. Chapter 55-26. Jin Weifeng only broke through the Golden Core stage after Lin Yi came to the ancient Jianghu and perfected the Jadian Sect's martial arts. How long had it been? He was already at the peak of the late stage of Golden Core, and he was showing signs of breaking through. He could reach the Golden Core full cycle at any time. Xin Yijie did not notice Lin Yi's suspicion. He said proudly, "Grand Master, Weifeng is definitely a hidden genius in our Jadian Sect. His progress was slow because of the incomplete martial arts. Thanks to you, Grand Master." After getting the complete martial arts, Weifeng immediately soared to the sky. Lin Yi squinted his eyes and hid the coldness in them. Jin Weifeng had sought refuge with the center, but his aura was different from those who had sought refuge with the center. Perhaps there was something hidden? After all, Lin Yi had been dealing with the center since Zhen Wen and Kang Mingming. The center's improvement in strength gave off a cold aura that made people feel uncomfortable. Such a fast speed of cultivation. He is indeed a genius. "Yijie, you have a good eye," Lin Yi said lightly while observing Jin Weifeng carefully. Jin Weifeng said embarrassedly, "Grand Master, you flatter me. In fact, I have a fast speed of cultivation because of my special physique. Moreover, at my current level, it's impossible to continue to break through quickly." "Oh, do you have a special physique?" Lin Yi raised his eyebrows and became curious. Xin Yijie said quickly, "Grand Master, Weifeng has a wood attribute spiritual root, broken bamboo physique. With his physique, as long as he has enough spirit jades, he will be able to break through quickly without any bottlenecks. He will only stop when he reaches the barrier of a major rank. It's just like how every section of bamboo is hollow in front of the bamboo joint. If he can break through in one go, he will be able to break through the barrier of a major rank easily. Broken bamboo physique? That's amazing, Lin Yi said with some surprise. This was the first time he had heard of this kind of physique. As long as one broke through a major level, they could cultivate to the next major level without any bottlenecks. This kind of cultivation talent was really heaven-defying. In that case, Xin Yijie must have provided a large amount of spiritual jades to Jin Weifeng. That was why Jin Weifeng could improve so quickly. It was comparable to eating the gold core golden pill. As for Xin Yijie's spiritual jades, those who followed Lin Yi would not worry about a shortage of spiritual jades. Jin Weifeng smiled shyly and said, "Martial granduncle is too kind. Master has also exaggerated a little. The cultivation speed of the broken bamboo physique is quite fast, but in terms of the power of martial skills, there is no special addition. If I were to encounter an existence like the shattered ice physique, I would definitely not be a match for it." Basically, all the disciples in the Jadian sect knew about the relationship between Leng Leng and Lin Yi. Those who did not participate in the training in the common world would also hear about it from the disciples who did. After all, it was related to their legendary Grand Master. Everything would be discussed. Hence, Jin Weifeng subconsciously used Leng Leng's ice-shattering physique as an example. It's already a heaven-defying talent to be able to improve your strength quickly without relying on external forces. You're too greedy to pursue the power of your attack, Lin Yi said with a smile. He pointed at Xin Yijie and said, "Your shifu is really not bad. He wants you to level up as soon as possible. As your shifu, I should really help you out." Xin Yijie nodded. Xin Yijie was instantly overjoyed. He was the one who knew Lin Yi's means the best. Therefore, compared to Jin Weifeng, he was even more proud. He said that just now because he wanted Lin Yi to help Jin Weifeng. If a person with the broken bamboo physique could not break through the barrier of a big level in one go, then it would be much more difficult than ordinary people to break through the barrier. The peak of the late Gold Core Realm was not the bottleneck, but the great completion of the Gold Core Realm. However, as long as Lin Yi agreed to help, it would not be a problem. "Silly boy, hurry up and thank Martial Grand Uncle for his guidance," Xin Yijie reminded Jin Weifeng with a smile. Jin Weifeng seemed to have woken up from a dream. He showed an ecstatic expression and thanked respectfully, "Thank you for your guidance, Martial Grand Uncle. You're welcome. This is also because of your hard work. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to help you even if I wanted to." Lin Yi smiled faintly. This was not nonsense. If Jin Weifeng did not advance to the peak of the late Gold Core Realm by himself, Lin Yi would not be able to help him even if he wanted to without the Golden Core Realm. "Go back to your room first. I'll protect you until you break through to the great completion of the Gold Core Realm." Lin Yi already had a plan in mind. Jin Weifeng's broken bamboo physique was quite special. Now that he was at the peak of the late Gold Core Realm, as long as he had enough spiritual qi, he could advance to the great completion of the Gold Core Realm. For others, this level was considered a breakthrough, but for Jin Weifeng, it was just a natural advancement. Jin Weifeng naturally had no objection. He immediately returned to his room with Lin Yi. Lin Yi asked Jin Weifeng to sit down and start cultivating. Then he took out dozens of spirit jades and surrounded Jin Weifeng's body. He forcibly extracted the spiritual power from the spirit jades and instilled it into Jin Weifeng's body. In fact, this was the same as Lin Yi directly extracting spiritual power from the space of the jade pendant for Jin Weifeng. However, according to past experience, Lin Yi's current strength was only at the great completion of the Foundation Establishment realm. It was ineffective for the Gold Core realm, so he could only use spirit jades as a medium. Moreover, this method could only be used by people like Jin Weifeng, who had a broken bamboo physique. If it was someone else, they wouldn't be able to withstand this crude force-feeding method. To some extent, Jin Weifeng's broken bamboo physique was somewhat similar to Wang Xinyan's sponge physique, but Lin Yi could only forcibly instill spiritual power like this. If Lin Yi wanted to forcibly instill Jin Weifeng from the early nascent soul realm to the great completion of the nascent soul realm, It would be impossible for Lin Yi to complete it unless he used the space of the jade pendant. The terrifying power of not having a bottleneck was displayed in an instant. The spiritual power of dozens of spirit jades was gathered by Lin Yi and directly made Jin Weifeng reach the great completion of the gold core realm. Jin Weifeng's body shook, and he immediately opened his eyes in surprise and said, "I'm already at the great completion of the gold core realm? Grand Master, you're really amazing." If he had to describe it in one sentence, Jin Weifeng might say, "I closed my eyes and opened them, and I went from the peak of the gold core realm to the great completion of the gold core realm." Lin Yi turned his hand and took out a nascent soul golden pill and handed it to Jin Weifeng and said, "Your physique is indeed strong. Because you have no bottleneck, you don't need to stabilize your strength. Now break through to the nascent soul realm in one go." Jin Weifeng saw the supreme grade nascent soul golden pill in Lin Yi's palm and was immediately shocked. "Grand Master, this is too precious. And I have just reached the great completion of the nascent soul realm. Can I take the nascent soul golden pill now?" Chapter 55-27. Others may not be able to do it, but for you, the faster the better. Don't forget the broken bamboo physique. When you encounter a big barrier, you have to break through it with irresistible force. The longer it takes, the more difficult it will be to break through the barrier. Lin Yi reminded. Lin Yi was not clear about the broken bamboo physique at first, but when Jin Weifeng broke through just now, his divine sense had been paying close attention to the condition of Jin Weifeng's body, so now he had a lot of understanding of the broken bamboo physique. As for Jin Weifeng's attitude, Lin Yi was really satisfied. This little guy was smart and calm enough. The key was that when he saw the best grade nascent soul golden pill, he did not show the slightest greed. His eyes were clear. To be honest, Lin Yi had already thought about training Jin Weifeng to be the next sect leader of Qingyun sect. After a slight pause, Lin Yi continued, "One more thing, because of your special physique, you didn't need to take elixirs to break through before. In the entire gold core stage, this should be the first time you took elixirs, right? This is the best effect. Even if you don't have the broken bamboo physique, in this case, you don't have to worry about any problems at all." Jin Weifeng no longer hesitated when he heard that. He immediately took the nascent soul golden pill from Lin Yi with both hands and said respectfully, "Disciple thanks Grand Master for your cultivation. In the future, I will definitely contribute to Qingyun sect and strengthen our Qingyun sect." After a few simple words, Jin Weifeng raised his head and swallowed the nascent soul golden pill, and once again entered the state of cultivation. Lin Yi was right. Because Jin Weifeng did not have the existence of bottlenecks in the whole realm, so when he finally broke through the barrier of the big realm, the faster he broke through, the greater the chance of success. When he just entered the great perfection of gold core, if he took the best grade nascent soul golden pill, breaking through to nascent soul was basically a sure thing. There was no need to worry at all. Watching Jin Weifeng breaking through to nascent soul, Lin Yi was not in a hurry to leave. He sat aside to protect Jin Weifeng and observe how powerful the broken bamboo physique was. As a result, it only took Jin Weifeng a little more than half an hour to condense the nascent soul golden pill. Lin Yi was also speechless. Even with the help of the best grade nascent soul golden pill, it was too fast. It was even faster than Lin Yi directly using the jade space to help others. More importantly, the nascent soul condensed by Jin Weifeng was definitely not the weakest. The most important thing was that Jin Weifeng condensed, Jin nascent soul condensed was definitely not the weakest. It. Nascent Jin to it. At the Tian sect, the Tian, Su, nascent, and nascent, he, third sect, at. After all, they had been brother sects for so many years. Since Blue Cloud sect was going to rise, he naturally had to bring Xuanji sect along. The North Island was one of the three major sects, not the second. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Xin Yijie went straight to the point and said to Hong Xianlei, sect leader of Xuanji sect, sect leader Hong, the three major sects of the North Island are one family. Have you ever considered returning to the North Island Alliance? There was a reason for that. After Xuanji sect found Five Elements sect as their backing, although they were still in the North Island Alliance, they were already considered part of the Middle Island Alliance. Hong Xianlei was a little amused when he heard that. He chuckled and said, "Why? The Shangguan family can't protect you anymore? So, you want Xuanji sect to go back and help you? Xin Yijie, I didn't expect you to be such a person. It's fine if you're unlucky, but you want to drag Xuanji sect down with you?" At the moment, the news that the two nascent soul cultivators of Chenkuan sect were killed by Lin Yi had not spread yet. Firstly, it happened too soon. Secondly, it was a shameful thing, so Chenkuan sect would only try to cover it up instead of spreading the news. It was completely different from them spreading the news that Lin Yi had killed the son of the sect leader. Therefore, Hong Xianlei only knew that Blue Cloud sect had offended Chenkuan sect and that the situation was not good. He had no idea that the situation had been completely reversed. Moreover, as a sect that was not even one of the top 10 small sects and had broken away from the three major sects of the North Island, their new allies would not take them seriously. Therefore, they were isolated from the world in terms of intelligence. Until now, Hong Xianlei still thought that Xin Yijie was still a cultivator in the gold core stage. After all, he himself was only in the peak gold core stage. Xin Yijie did not expect Hong Xianlei to be so rude. However, as a nice guy, Xin Yijie could understand Hong Xuanlei's feelings. Therefore, he smiled patiently and said, "Sect leader Hong, you have no idea. Actually, Chenkuan sect is not that great. Our Grand Uncle Master of Blue Cloud sect has returned. The three major sects of the North Island will definitely do something in the Archean Grand Meeting this time. Today is the day to reinvigorate the North Island." Hong Xianlei sneered and said with disdain, "Xin Yijie, you're quite good at talking big now. Reinvigorate the North Island? Chenkuan sect is not that great. I don't think the Chenkuan sect is a big deal. They can crush the entire North Island alliance with just a little finger. As for that senior granduncle of yours, he's just a primordial spirit in the great perfection of the building foundation establishment stage. He can kill him with a fart. You'd better put him in your pants and protect him." His words were extremely harsh. Xin Yijie would not be bothered if it was anything else. However, Hong Xianlei actually insulted Lin Yi with his words. This made Xin Yijie a little angry. "Hong Xianlei, be more respectful with your word. The Grand Uncle Master of my Blue Cloud sect is also the Grand Uncle Master of your Xuanji sect. Is it the rule of your Xuanji sect to disrespect your elders?" Although Xin Yijie was angry, he suppressed his anger and tried to reason with Hong Xianlei for the sake of the Brotherhood of the North Island. However, Hong Xianlei did not want to reason with Xin Yijie at all. He still said arrogantly, "Blue Cloud sect is Blue Cloud sect, Xuanji sect is Xuanji sect. It's fine if you like to make a weakling your ancestor, but don't drag Xuanji sect into it. To tell you the truth, Xuanji sect will be glorious if we follow the Five Elements sect. This time, the Five Elements sect has agreed to help Xuanji sect enter the top 10 small sect. As for who we'll replace, it's very likely to be your Blue Cloud sect. Don't blame me for not telling you when the time comes." After saying that, Hong Xianlei laughed out loud proudly. If he knew that Xin Yijie, who he looked down on and was suppressing his anger, was actually a nascent soul realm old monster who was almost a level higher than him, he might have died from laughing so hard. Xin Yijie was so angry that his face turned green. After all, he was not Lin Yi. If it was Lin Yi, he would have slapped this idiot who only knew how to laugh like an idiot. However, even if Xin Yijie had the ability to do so, he did not do it because he cared about the last bit of his relationship with Hong Xuanji. He just walked away without saying a word. Chapter 55-28. Since Hong Xianlei did not appreciate it, Xin Yijie did not want to say anything more to him. Originally, Blue Cloud sect was going to be the top of the four big sects. It was a piece of cake to give Xuanji sect a position among the 10 small sects. But now, Xuanji sect could do whatever they wanted. Chenkuan sect was about to kneel down. What about Five Elements sect? At this time, in the Chenkuan sect, Daoist transcending tribulation really wanted to kneel down. Looking at the two badly mutilated corpses on the floor of the hall, Daoist transcending tribulation was dumbfounded and didn't know what to say. Even Tribulation Immortal had a deep sense of fear in his heart. These two were the third and fourth most powerful cultivators in Chenkuan sect, second only to him. They were bitten by dogs in such a short time? Sect leader, the two elders were thrown out of the ruined town by Shin Ijie of Blue Cloud sect, and then they were bitten by the wild dogs. Shin Ijie left after he saw the two elders being bitten, so I had to wait for him to leave before I went to retrieve the bodies of the elders, so. The disciple of Chen Kuan's sect said in a trembling voice. This disciple was just a peripheral spy of Chen Kuan's sect. His strength was not even in the gold core realm. It was too difficult for him to snatch the two elders from Shin Ijie. Even Shin Ijie could not defeat Shin Ijie in the past. It was hard for Shin Ijie. Lin Yi just said to throw them out to feed the dogs, and Shin Ijie really did it. There were no dogs in the ruined town, so he could only throw them out of the ruined town. When the wild dogs bit them, Shin Ijie went back to report. The disciple who followed Shin Ijie could only watch as the two distinguished elders were fed to the dogs. It was the best he could do to retrieve the two corpses from the wild dogs after much effort. Poor two nascent soul realm cultivators. In fact, their primordial spirits were imprisoned by Lin Yi, but their bodies were not dead. In the end, they were bitten to death by the wild dogs. It was such a shame. Tribulation Immortal felt a little weak. He quickly sat down and calmed himself down. Then he waved his hand weakly and said, "You can leave now. Don't let others know about this." The disciple was in a difficult position. It would be difficult to not let others know about this matter. However, he couldn't disobey the sect leader's order. He could only respectfully say, "Yes, sect leader." Then he bowed and left. After a while, Tribulation Immortal finally came to his senses. He realized the situation was serious, so he immediately sent a letter to Tribulation Immortal Dunan, who was in charge of the sect. He reported the ins and outs of the matter in detail, hoping to Tribulation Immortal Du's instructions. The Chenkuan sect had a total of 7 nascent soul cultivators. And 3 of them had already died before the nascent soul sect could Ming. Not to Kun, but the Wan. Not. Kun not to say that. To sect not, but more. Chen of Yang, of Yi. It didn't seem wise for the Chenkuan sect to become enemies with such a guy. While Zhenren Du Jie was having a headache, Shin Ijie rushed back to the courtyard of Jadian sect in anger. He happened to see Jin Wei Feng, who had successfully broken through to the nascent soul realm. His anger turned into joy and he said, "Wei Feng, you've broken through to the nascent soul realm so quickly. Good lad, you really didn't disappoint Master." Jin Wei Feng hurriedly bowed and said, "It's all thanks to Martial Granduncle and Master's guidance. Otherwise, I wouldn't have the achievements I have today." All right. I can't stand seeing you guys being so sentimental." Lin Yi hurriedly waved his hand to interrupt the master and disciple who were about to start praising each other. Instead, he asked, "Yi Jie, did you go to the Profound Theory sect when you came back?" Shin Ijie was furious when he mentioned Xuanji faction. He scoffed and said, "Let's not talk about it. Martial Granduncle, I've made a mistake this time. I thought that Xuanji faction was still a brother sect of our Jadian sect. In the end, it was just my wishful thinking." Before Lin Yi could ask, Shin Ijie told him about the process of going to Xuanji faction. He did not exaggerate or add any personal feelings. He was just narrating it truthfully. Lin Yi was not angry after listening to him. He just said indifferently, "Everyone has their own ambitions. Let them be." Lin Yi didn't have much of a good impression of the Xuanji sect in the first place, and now that they didn't appreciate it, it was even better that they didn't appreciate it. Lin Yi couldn't be bothered to play with them anymore, he'd just leave them be. As for Soaring Heaven sect, the Shangguan family would naturally inform them. There was no need for Shin Ijie to go there. Moreover, Soaring Heaven sect and Jadian sect should be on good terms. They should not be as ignorant as Xuanji faction. Yi Jie, you don't have to worry about those things. Get ready. We, Jadian sect, are going to break through to the top 4. With Jin Wei Feng, Jadian sect was qualified to become one of the top 4. Now, Lin Yi just had to wait for the opening of the Archaeozoic Grand Meeting. With Jin Wei Feng and Lin Yi himself, Jadian sect had 3 nascent soul cultivators. They had the hardware to become one of the top 4. Of course, when Jin Wei Feng was not around, Lin Yi did not care about this rule at all. When one's strength reached a certain level, this meaningless rule was actually meaningless. However, what Lin Yi was worried about was that he could not stay in Jadian's sect on the North Island all the time. No matter how powerful a person was, if he left for a long time, his deterrence would be reduced. The Thousand Blades faction was a living example. Before the start of the Archaeozoic Grand Meeting, Shin Yijie still had the opportunity to take the Nascent Soul Golden Elixir to break through to the full cycle of Nascent Soul. As for Jin Wei Yifeng, Lin Yi did not plan to let him take the Nascent Soul Golden Elixir again. With Broken Bamboo physique, taking the Nascent Soul Golden Elixir was not only a waste, but it would also increase the difficulty of Jin Weifeng's breakthrough in the future. As long as Jin Wei Yifeng continued to cultivate by himself, he could complete the major upgrade of the Nascent Soul stage. Finally, when he reached the full cycle of Nascent Soul, with the help of the elixir, he might be able to break through to Profound Ascension. How long had it been since there was a master of the Profound Ascension stage in the Archaeozoic underworld? With Lin Yi, Jin Wei Yifeng might become the first Profound Ascension in the Archaeozoic underworld for thousands of years. It was because of Jin Weifeng's potential that Lin Yi wanted Jin Wei Yifeng to become the next leader of Jadian's sect. Therefore, what Lin Yi prepared for Jin Wei Yifeng were top-grade spiritual jades. Anyway, spiritual jades were just numbers to Lin Yi. Giving Jin Wei Yifeng tens of thousands of spiritual jades was enough for him to improve his strength quickly. Of course, spiritual jades were not endless. The main reason why Lin Yi was so generous was that spiritual jades could be recycled. When they were almost used up, he could directly throw them into the space of the jade pendant to recharge, and then take out a new batch to use. It was almost inexhaustible. Chapter 55-29. Just like that, 2 days passed peacefully. All the sects in Ruin Town felt strange. Why didn't Chengkuan sect cause trouble for Qingyun sect? The news that Qingyun sect Lin Yi killed the son of Chengkuan sect leader was spread widely by Chengkuan sect. But in the end, it was all bark and no bite. As the incident of Shin Yijie feeding the 2 Chengkuan sect elders to the dogs happened outside of Ruin Town, Chengkuan sect deliberately hid the truth, so most of the sects didn't know about it. The few who knew about it, after receiving a warning from Chengkuan sect, didn't dare to speak carelessly, or they might be wiped out at any time. Under such circumstances, most of the people were guessing that when the Azure Cloud sect went to the Shangguan clan to pay their respects, they were accepted by the Shangguan clan. Because of that, the Chengkuan sect decided to give face to the Azure Cloud sect, and decided to wait until the immemorial grand meeting to kill the Azure Cloud sect with their ultimate move. The only thing that the onlookers couldn't figure out was, when did the weakest of the 4 Shangguan clan become so hot-blooded? And their reputation had become so useful, that they could actually make Chengkuan's sect temporarily hold back? Just when all kinds of guesses were evolving and getting further and further away from the truth, something happened that made all the onlookers completely dumbfounded. It was still in the dining hall of an inn, and the fuse of this incident was still Duanmu Yu. Of course, Duanmu Yu was still eating, and didn't mean to cause any trouble. But she still incurred the wrath of Chengkuan sect. No one knew whether she was a femme fatale or just unlucky. Stinky, how could you eat here with such a clear conscience? Today, I will avenge my poor nephew. A burly middle-aged man came in and saw Duanmu Yu eating alone. His eyes suddenly turned red, and he rushed over with a roar. This middle-aged man was the late Jedan stage of Chengkuan sect. He was also the second uncle of the son of the leader who was killed, Jin Hua. Daoist Master Du Jie had more than one woman and more than one son, but Jin Hua's sister only had one son, the one who was killed by Lin Yi. Facing the unfathomable Lin Yi, Chengkuan sect no longer dared to touch Lin Yi and Jadian sect easily. Although Jin Hua was not the top management of Chengkuan sect, but because of that relationship, Du Jie Zhenren had specially warned him. Since Lin Yi and Jadian sect could not be touched, the grievance in Jin Hua's heart could be imagined. He was still counting on his nephew to help him in the future, but now there was no hope at all. After all, even if his nephew wasn't particularly outstanding, he would still end up as the great elder in the end. Therefore, when he saw Duanmu Yu, the fuse that caused a series of tragedies, Jin Hua was immediately enraged. With a loud roar, he rushed over. Duanmu Yu was just a disciple from the declining Yi Ling sect, and the Yi Ling sect's backer was the Heaven Awakening sect, which was only slightly stronger than the Shangguan clan. Most importantly, Jin Hua knew that the Heaven Awakening sect didn't really like the Yi Ling sect, and there was no way they would go against the Chenkuan sect just for a disciple from the Yi Ling sect. Since he couldn't do anything to Lin Yi, he'd just have to deal with this damned girl first. Jin Hua had a good plan in mind, so when he saw Duanmu Yu alone, he attacked without hesitation. In terms of strength, Jin Hua was in the late Jedan stage, while Duanmu Yu was at the peak of the middle Jedan stage. The gap was quite small. However, Duanmu Yu was a genius disciple of Yi Ling sect, while Jin Hua relied on nepotism and resources to reach the late Jedan stage by Chenkuan sect. His combat strength was weaker than Duanmu Yu's. Therefore, when Duanmu Yu noticed Jin Hua's attack, he didn't panic at all. He just easily put on a defensive and counterattack posture. However, Duanmu Yu didn't have a chance to attack at all. Someone rushed to block Jin Hua's attack for him. "How dare you? How dare you attack so casually in an inn? Do you still have any respect for the 4 major sects and families?" With a loud shout, Shangguan Liuyun suddenly appeared and slapped Jin Hua's face. Jin Hua's face instantly turned 100 degrees, and his neck almost broke. Shangguan Liuyun extended his hand and grabbed onto Jin Hua's collar, pulling him back. His other hand sent out another slap. The pitiful Jin Hua's face instantly swelled up like a balloon. Shangguan Liuyun had already shown mercy. Otherwise, Jin Hua's head would have exploded from that slap. "You unruly thing, how dare you act violently in front of me? Do you believe that I won't slap you to death, you bastard?" Shangguan Liuyun scolded as he continued to punch and kick Jin Hua. Fortunately, Shangguan Liuyun didn't have the intention to kill. Otherwise, Jin Hua would have been turned into a pile of minced meat. "Senior Shangguan, I know I was wrong. Please forgive me." Jin Hua's face was swollen like a pig's head. It took him a lot of effort to squeeze out a sentence, but it was to beg for his life. Shangguan Liuyun didn't go too far. After all, Jin Hua was just a small fry. Even if he killed him, it wouldn't show off Shangguan Liuyun's power. Casually throwing Jin Hua on the ground like a broken sack, Shangguan Tianhua said coldly, "Seeing that we are both from the 4 major sects and families, I will let you live today. Hurry up and scram." "Yes, yes, yes. I will scram now. I will scram now." Jin Hua felt that his bones were about to fall apart. After he struggled to stand up, he nodded his head and said something vaguely. Then, he immediately turned around and ran for his life. Not to mention that Jin Hua, a late-stage gold core realm cultivator, even if he was facing a middle-stage gold core realm cultivator from the Shangguan family, he wouldn't even dare to let out a fart. After all, others didn't know, but Jin Hua was very clear that the Shangguan family was on the same side as Lin Yi. Otherwise, the 2 nascent soul realm cultivators who went to the Shangguan family to find trouble wouldn't have died so miserably. Of course, Jin Hua would never have thought that the relationship between the Shangguan family and Lin Yi wasn't what he imagined. They had already become Lin Yi's underling. As for the onlookers at the side, they were already stunned. It was normal for Jin Hua to not dare to provoke Shangguan Liuyun. After all, a gold core realm cultivator wouldn't even have the ability to resist against a nascent soul realm cultivator. The key was that Jin Hua was too cowardly, right? No matter what, he was the brother-in-law of the Chenkuan sect's sect leader. After being taught a lesson by Shangguan Liuyun, he didn't even dare to say a few words. He was just going to be cowardly and cowardly. Was this still the powerful and overbearing person from the Chenkuan sect? Chapter 5530. And Shangguan Liuyun, was it really okay for him to beat up the Chenkuan sect disciple? Since when did the cowardly Shangguan family become so bold? "Thank you, Senior Shangguan, for your help." Duanmu Yu stood up and thanked him politely. Although she didn't need Shangguan Liuyun's help to get rid of Jin Hua, he still helped her. She still had to thank him. Shangguan Liuyun swept away his stern look, turned around and said with a smile, "Daoist Duanmu, you don't have to be so polite. This is what I should do. Our Shangguan family also has a share in this inn. We can't just watch others break the rules." In fact, this was all nonsense. Shangguan Liuyun was just giving face to Lin Yi. How did the son of the Chenkuan sect master die? Wasn't it because he wanted to flirt with Duanmu Yu? Lin Yi killed Duanmu Yu without saying a word. Now that there was an opportunity, if Shangguan Liuyun didn't grasp it, then he would be a fool. To be honest, Shangguan Liuyun was really grateful to that fool Jinhua. If it wasn't for him, he wouldn't have the chance to please Lin Yi. However, Shangguan Liuyun would never mention Lin Yi. Lin Yi would definitely know about this. If he mentioned Lin Yi now, it would be too deliberate. On the contrary, it would make Lin Yi remember that Shangguan Liuyun helped him. Senior Shangguan, please call me by my name directly. Duanmu, you still didn't know about the relationship between the Shangguan family and Lin Yi. In her eyes, the Shangguan family was still one of the 4 great sects. Shangguan Liuyun was also a powerful nascent soul stage expert. Calling him a fellow Daoist was a bit inappropriate. Don't be so polite, it's just a form of address. Continue eating, I won't disturb you. Shangguan Liuyun thought to himself, I want to call you senior. With your relationship with Martial Uncle Master Lin Yi, calling you fellow Daoist is already me climbing up the social ladder. After saying that, Shangguan Liuyun immediately took his leave, leaving the confused Duan Muyu to sit down and continue eating in confusion. She didn't know what Lin Yi had been busy with these past 2 days. He didn't even come to look for her. She could only dawdle and eat here, hoping to see him. What a bastard. Duanmu Yu chewed hard on the food in her mouth and thought bitterly. Yi Qingcheng wanted her to take the initiative to find Lin Yi, but the originally free and easy Duanmu Yu became shy again. She completely lost the courage to make tea and play the zither to express her feelings to Lin Yi. After a brief commotion, the hall regained its calm. However, the way the cultivators looked at Duanmu Yu had changed. Perhaps they would have to re-evaluate the Yi Ling sect. No one noticed that a disciple of the Xuanji sect also left the hall quietly after Shangguan Liuyun left. He quickly ran back to the Xuanji sect's encampment and reported what he saw to Hong Xianlei. From the situation just now, the Chenkuan sect didn't seem to be as powerful as they had imagined, and the Shangguan clan didn't seem to be as weak as they had expected. This disciple felt that if he reported what he saw to the sect master, perhaps the Xuanji sect would pay attention to their strategy for the archaic meeting. However, after Hong Xianlei heard it, he glared and cursed, "Bullshit. What the hell are you talking about? That useless Shangguan Liuyun dared to attack someone from the Chenkuan sect. And Jinhua from the Chenkuan sect. Stop fucking joking. Even if it was a Foundation establishment disciple from the Chenkuan sect, would Shangguan Liuyun dare to attack him? But what I said is the truth. Jinhua from the Chenkuan sect was really badly beaten up by Shangguan Liuyun. Although he didn't suffer any fatal injuries, he definitely lost all his face. Sect master, do you think the Shangguan clan has something to rely on? This disciple was loyal to the Xuanji sect and guessed the truth. Hong Xianlei sneered and said, "Rely on? I think the Shangguan clan's reliance is a traitor like you, right? Speak. How many benefits did the Blue Cloud sect and the Shangguan clan give you for you to advocate for them so desperately? You want me to return to the North Island, right? What a joke. You want to deceive me with such a small trick." That disciple was stunned. He didn't expect that he would be bought over by the Shangguan clan and the Blue Cloud sect when he came to report the news loyally. "Sect master, what I said is the truth. This happened in front of everyone's eyes. Just ask around and you'll know that I'm not lying." That disciple's words were reasonable. As long as they went to ask around, they would know that this news was absolutely true. However, Hong Xianlei already had a preconceived notion. He was certain that this disciple was lying to him. Seeing that this fellow was still trying to quibble, he immediately flew into a rage. "You spy! You're still trying to fool me at a time like this. You've really underestimated me. I will definitely not be deceived by a despicable person like you. Men, take him away and lock him up. After the archaic convention is over, bring him back to the sect and deal with him properly. Sect master, this disciple is innocent." Sect master. That unlucky disciple didn't know that no matter what he said, it would no longer change Hong Xuanlei's opinion of him. The farce in the Xuanji sect was not known by the people outside. As the archaic convention was about to begin, the market in the ruins town finally became really lively. At this time, all the sects and clans participating in the Archean Grand Meeting had basically arrived. Therefore, the trading in the marketplace had gradually become lively. Every clan and sect would trade some heavenly materials and earthly treasures at this time. If they were lucky, they might continue to improve their strength before the Archean Grand Meeting and fight for more benefits for their sects. That was Jin Weifeng's plan, so he went to the market early in the morning. He was now a master of the original infant stage, and although he didn't have any bottlenecks before he reached the peak of original infant stage, it would be impossible for him to increase his strength again within 2 or 3 days. After all, he wasn't Lin Yi, and he couldn't use those overbearing methods to directly extract the spiritual energy from the spiritual jades. Regular practice only made his speed a few times faster than others. After looking around, Jin Weifeng felt that there were still a lot of good things. However, after all, he had improved from the foundation establishment stage to the original infant stage in just over a year. He was still not confident in his judgment of these good things. Therefore, Jin Weifeng decided to go back and find Grandmaster Lin Yi and his master Xin Yijie to have a look together. Jin Weifeng immediately went back to talk to Lin Yi and Xin Yijie. Both of them immediately agreed. In the past 2 days, Xin Yijie had used the nascent soul golden core to break through to the great perfection of the original infant stage. Even without Lin Yi, he was already the top combat power in the archaic small underworld. Therefore, there was no point in continuing to cultivate in seclusion. It was not a bad idea to go out and have a look. Chapter 55-31. When the 3 of them went out, Duanmu Yu, who had eaten for 4 hours, happened to leave. Lin Yi did not use his divine sense to observe the entire ruined town, so the 2 of them just walked past each other. If Duanmu Yu knew about this, he would definitely extend his mealtime to 6 hours. After leaving an inn, Lin Yi asked casually, "Yijie, did our Green Cloud sect have a habit of selling some things in the past?" Xin Yijie nodded and said, "Of course we do, but we only exchange some small things for some spiritual jades. Now that you've given the sect so many spiritual jades, we don't need to sell things anymore." Xin Yijie nodded and said, "Of course we do." After a short pause, Xin Yijie continued, "But before the grand event starts, selling some high-class things is also a demonstration of the sect's strength. The higher the level, the more it can reflect the sect's strength. After all, before the grand event starts, there's a voting session for all the sects. Selling high-class things in the marketplace is a disguised way to canvass votes." "A voting session for all the sects? What's that?" Lin Yi asked curiously. He had never heard of such a thing before. Xin Yijie then remembered that his Grand Master was not familiar with the rules of the Archean Grand Event, so he quickly explained, "Grand Master, it's actually not something important, so I didn't think of reporting it to you. The so-called voting session for all the sects is actually to determine the qualification to challenge." The so-called qualification to challenge referred to the possibility of challenging the top sects. The original Big 4 and 10 small sects would automatically be qualified to challenge the Big 4 and 10 small sects, but the 10 small sects might not necessarily be qualified to challenge the Big 4, and the other sects might not necessarily be qualified to challenge the 10 small sects. Take the Green Cloud sect as an example. As one of the old 10 small sects, they were qualified to challenge the 10 small sects without voting. However, when all the sects voted, they did not think that the Green Cloud sect was qualified to challenge the Big 4. Therefore, the Green Cloud sect must first challenge the sects that were qualified to challenge the Big 4 through voting. After winning, they could continue to challenge the Big 4. If the Green Cloud sect was qualified to challenge the Big 4 in the voting session, they could challenge the Big 4 at the very beginning. Another example was the Thousand Blades sect. They weren't even part of the 10 small sects. After voting, they would be able to challenge the 10 small sects. If the Thousand Blades sect had the strength of the 4 big sects but was only qualified to challenge the 10 small sects, then they could only challenge them step by step. They couldn't challenge the 4 big sects. This rule basically allowed the sects that needed to challenge to advance step by step, while the Big 4 and 10 small would have the advantage. After listening to Xin Yijie's explanation, Lin Yi thought about it carefully. He felt that this rule was not unreasonable, but it was not completely reasonable either. However, Lin Yi did not care. With his current strength, he could basically ignore these rules. Let's show them what we've got. Although Lin Yi could ignore the rules, it was better to avoid trouble if possible. Lin Yi nodded and continued, other than enemies, there are our allies and sects that are afraid of us among the sects and families that came to participate in the Archean Grand Meeting. There are also sects that are afraid of us. There are also many that we haven't dealt with before. It's necessary to show our strength. It'll be best if we can get the qualification to challenge the Big Four directly. It'll be a waste of time if we have to fight for the qualification. Grand Uncle is wise. Xin Yijie was not surprised at all. He would do whatever Lin Yi said. It was proven that it was never wrong to follow Lin Yi. It was Jin Weifeng's first time hearing Lin Yi say that he wanted to challenge the Big Four. Although he was looking forward to it, he could not hide his excitement when he heard it. Challenging the Big Four was the best stage for Jin Weifeng to repay his grand uncle and master. As they spoke, the three arrived at the outskirts of the market. Both sides of the road were filled with small stalls, but they were all in an orderly manner. Lin Yi's divine sense scanned through the stalls and shook his head in disappointment. There was nothing that caught his eye in these stalls. However, the deeper they went, the better the quality of the items. Xin Yijie saw Lin Yi's expression and quickly explained, Grand Uncle, the stalls outside are set up by some small sects and the 10 small sects candidates. Further in are the stalls that are qualified to challenge the 10 small sects and the 10 small sects. The items will be much better than the ones here. Lin Yi nodded faintly and did not say much. With his divine sense, he naturally knew that the items inside were much better than the ones outside. Unfortunately, in Lin Yi's eyes, there was not much difference. At his level, if it was not really good, it would not be able to arouse his interest. Xin Yijie continued, actually, the real best items won't be put up for sale at this time. Only after the Archean Grand Meeting ends and the ranking is settled will all the sects take out their best items to participate in the final barter exchange meeting and the finale auction. Otherwise, if they take out their best items now, it'll be bad if they end up helping others and getting themselves into trouble in the end. Xin Yijie continued, that's right. Hearing this, Lin Yi could not help but smile. This statement was quite interesting, but it was also the truth. If Lin Yi took out a few nascent Soul Realm golden pills and sold them to rival sects like Chengkuan sect, would it not increase the difficulty of his challenge in the end? However, Lin Yi himself did not mind having a few more nascent Soul Realm masters as his enemies. It was just that this kind of behavior was too stupid, and not something that a normal person would do. Alright, let's find a place to set up our stall. I'm not interested in the items here, it's better to let them have a look, said Lin Yi with a smile. Then, he used his divine sense to look for an empty spot. Soon, he found a good spot that was unoccupied. That's it. Follow me. Lin Yi pointed at an empty spot in the distance and walked over with Xin Yijie and Jin Weifeng. When Lin Yi stopped at the empty spot, Xin Yijie could not help but twitch his mouth. He wanted to say something, but he did not say anything in the end. Lin Yi took out some medicinal pills that he did not need and passed them to Xin Yijie. You set up the stall. Jin Weifeng quickly took over and said, let me do it. I've done things like setting up a stall before. What a joke. One of them was the Grand Master of Qingyun sect, and the other was the sect leader of Qingyun sect. If they really set up the stall themselves, it would be so embarrassing. Chapter 5532. Genius 1 second. Remember if you want to go. To provide you with wonderful novels to read. Jin Weifeng had good eyesight, but he didn't think that he was now a Yuanying stage-old monster of the Qingyun sect, which meant that he had the status of an elder. A dignified Yuanying stage elder of the Qingyun sect setting up a stall was actually not much different from the sect master. When Jin Weifeng checked the elixirs that Lin Yi gave him, he couldn't help but be secretly shocked. What kind of elixirs were these? Although there were no strategic elixirs like Yuanying stage golden elixirs that could directly enhance one's strength, there were many elixirs like the 5th grade recover pill that could save one's life. Moreover, they were all of the best quality. Hey, why did the 5 Elements sect set up a stall so early this year? Let's go and see if there are any elixirs. Seeing that there was a stall here, people immediately rushed over. Lin Yi's ears twitched. He suddenly remembered that the Five Elements sect was also an alchemist, and that Master Chen was one of them. These people thought that they were from the Five Elements sect who came out to buy elixirs, but he was too lazy to take the initiative to explain. Wow. This is the best 5th grade recover pill. Am I dreaming? The Five Elements sect is really going all out this time. Brother, how much is this elixir? Some knowledgeable people saw the 5th grade recover pill at a glance, and immediately rushed over with shining eyes. They couldn't wait to directly grab the elixir in their hands. This was a good thing that could save one's life at a critical moment. Jin Weifeng secretly glanced at Lin Yi, wanting to know how much Lin Yi priced these elixirs. Lin Yi really had no idea about the price of the ancient small world, so he immediately gave Jin Weifeng a look that said, "Do as you see fit." Jin Weifeng immediately knew what was going on. He immediately turned his head, stuck out his chest, and proudly stretched out a finger, saying, "This is the best 5th grade recover pill. 50 spirit jades, no bargaining." Lin Yi almost spat out a mouthful of blood. "No bargaining, your sister. This is the best recover pill, not the best cabbage. 50 spirit jades? Is it enough for the price of the materials?" Lin Yi looked at Jin Weifeng with an exasperated expression. He couldn't tell that this kid was a prodigal. A top-grade 5th grade great revitalizing pill was actually sold for only 50 spirit jades. Speaking of which, why did you have to stretch out a finger to sell it for 50 spirit jades? Representing 1 star? Normally, it should represent 100 spirit jades, right? Unknowingly, Lin Yi had been led into a ditch by Jin Weifeng. Was there a difference between 100 spirit jades and 50 spirit jades? Wow! 50 spirit jade! There was a burst of exclamation from the crowd. Lin Yi reckoned that in the blink of an eye, the elixirs that he had taken out would be snatched up. However, the following words almost made Lin Yi have the urge to vomit blood again. "So expensive? It's 50 spirit jade." This was what the passerby said. Exactly. So expensive. But the quality of the elixir is really good. 50 spirit jades for a life, it's really not expensive. This was what the passerby said. "I'm going all out, even if I have to sell my pots and pans to buy one. But this elixir is really fucking expensive. Brother, aren't you being too black-hearted?" The third passerby painfully took out 50 spirit jades and bought a 5th grade great revitalizing pill. He didn't forget to complain to Jin Weifeng. Lin Yi was sweating profusely. 50 spirit jades is expensive? And black-hearted. Did you come out wearing sunglasses? It's black everywhere you look. If you think this is too expensive, please don't stop, get lost. Of course, this was just Lin Yi complaining in his heart. Anyway, what about spirit jades? Lin Yi didn't care at all. These elixirs were useless to him. He just wanted to earn some reputation for the Green Cloud sect. But today, everyone seemed to think that the Five Elements sect was selling elixirs. After all, except for the Five Elements sect, no one would sell a lot of elixirs. At most, they would exchange 1 or 2 elixirs that they didn't need for themselves for spiritual jades. Lin Yi didn't intend to explain. The Five Elements sect selling elixirs had become a common thing in the Archean Grand Meeting. If he directly said that these elixirs were from the Green Cloud sect, people might even think that these elixirs were fake. At that time, it would be even harder to sell them. It was better to let someone buy them and study them first. When the reputation of the elixirs was established, the signboard of the Green Cloud sect would be erected tomorrow. Then, the original purpose would be achieved. Xin Yijie said softly, "Grandmaster, although the price set by Jin Weifeng is low, it's considered acceptable. After all, the other small sects don't have many spiritual jades. So, their purchasing power is limited." Xin Yijie said softly. There was something that Xin Yijie didn't say. If it wasn't for the sudden appearance of martial uncle Lin Yi, the Green Cloud sect would probably be very poor now. Spiritual jades needed to be allocated and used in a planned way. Even if it was an elixir that cost 50 spiritual jades, they wouldn't be willing to buy it. Lin Yi nodded helplessly. When he was in Taishi Island, Ling Tianyu and Wei Yidao fought with each other because of a little spiritual jades. It seemed that the resources of spiritual jades in the small Archean underworld were really scarce. Otherwise, that situation wouldn't have happened. Because of the shortage of spiritual jades, the purchasing power of spiritual jades was relatively strong. It doesn't matter. Anyway, these elixirs are not for earning spiritual jades. Let Jin Wei Feng deal with it himself. Lin Yi said lightly. He didn't care about the ridiculously low price anymore. In Lin Yi's opinion, the elixirs were even cheaper than cabbages. However, not everyone could buy them. There had never been such a scene of people rushing to buy them. However, the sales of the elixirs didn't stop. Slowly, there were deals. There were still some people who didn't have enough spiritual jades, so they left first to raise money. Some returned to their sects, and some borrowed money from their friends. Anyway, they would still come back later to buy the elixirs they wanted. Lin Yi was naturally impatient to stay here. Seeing that there was no special situation, he left first. Xin Yijie was worried about his precious disciple, so he stayed to accompany Jin Wei Feng. Before the sky turned dark, all the elixirs were finally sold out. Jin Wei Feng was counting the spiritual jades while Xin Yijie helped to clean up the stall. Two people came to the stall in a hurry. Xin Yijie didn't raise his head and said casually, "It's sold out today. If you want it, come back tomorrow." "You guys are setting up a stall here?" A familiar voice sounded above Xin Yijie's head. The tone was filled with anger. Xin Yijie raised his head and saw that it was indeed an old acquaintance. Hong Xianlei of Xuanji sect. Xin Yijie's face immediately turned cold. He said indifferently, "Is there a problem?" Chapter 5533. A genius in a second to remember love. We provide you with exciting novels to read. Hong Xianlei did not see what Xin Yijie was selling, and it was no longer important. What was important was that Xin Yijie was occupying the stall. "Is there a problem? I'm telling you clearly, remove the word mo." Hong Xianlei was furious. He sneered and said, "Xin Yijie, don't tell me you don't know whose stall this is. Is this a place where you can set up a stall?" Xin Yijie stood up straight and looked around nonchalantly. "I don't see whose stall it is. Could it be Xuanji sect?" Hong Xianlei choked. Xuanji sect was not even one of the top 10. How could it be so close to the center? Xin Yijie was obviously slapping his face. "Xin Yijie, don't be so shameless." Hong Xianlei yelled angrily. "I'm reminding you out of kindness because we used to be on the same side, and you're playing dumb with me? You're really dumb." Jin Wei Feng came up and whispered to Xin Yijie, "Master, where did this idiot come from? He's so noisy. Do you want me to chase him away?" "Don't talk nonsense. He's the leader of Xuanji sect, the new right-hand man of Five Elements sect. Look at how cool he is," Xin Yijie said sarcastically. He was a nice guy, but he could not help but laugh at Hong Xuanlei's ignorance. Hong Xuanlei's face turned pale after being mocked by Xin Yijie. However, Xin Yijie still said calmly, "We'll find out soon who's the fool. However, since this stall is empty, the Green Cloud sect will still set up their stall here tomorrow. If you have any objections, you can come again tomorrow." After that, Xin Yijie nodded at Jin Wei Feng, signaling him to ignore Hong Xianlei and go back. Hong Xianlei gnashed his teeth and roared, "Xin Yijie, don't say I didn't warn you. Go to the Five Elements sect right now and beg for forgiveness. For the sake of the North Island Alliance, I'll forgive you and put in a good word for you. Maybe the Five Elements sect will forgive you. Otherwise, you're dead." Xin Yijie didn't even turn his head. He just said indifferently, "People with different beliefs can't make plans together. Hong Xianlei, just take care of yourself. You don't have to worry about the Azure Cloud sect. Putting in a good word for the Blue Cloud sect. Not to mention the fact that the Blue Cloud sect didn't need it at all. Even if it did, the Profound Design sect probably didn't have the qualifications to speak up in the Five Elements sect. Even if the Profound Design sect could speak up, Xin Yijie didn't think that Hong Xianlei would say anything good. Ever since Xin Yijie and Hong Xianlei parted on bad terms at Xuanji sect, Xin Yijie had already seen through Hong Xuanlei's character. He had long since thought that Hong Xianlei was not a comrade who could stand by his side through thick and thin. Since that was the case, why should he care about him? However, It was a pity for the profound secret sect, which had been around for thousands of years. Hong Shenlei was about to fly into a rage. He immediately roared, "Fine, Xin Yijie, you're really something. Just you wait. Let's see how long you can be proud of yourself." After saying that, Hong Shenlei quickly overtook Xin Yijie and Jin Wei Feng with his followers. He was ready to complain to the Five Elements sect. Xin Yijie still walked at a moderate pace, but he secretly shook his head in his heart. The profound secret sect was originally one of the top 10 small sects, but it wasn't without reason that it had declined. Just look at Hong Shenlei. Not only did he have no foresight, but he was also too secretive about the news. Although the Chenkuan sect's defeat at the hands of the Shangguan clan hadn't been widely spread, the four great sects were basically aware of it. Those sects that were valued by the four great sects would naturally receive some news as well. Even if they didn't receive any news in this regard, they could infer that the Blue Cloud sect was not a pushover after the death of the son of the Chenkuan sect's leader. In any case, there were several pieces of news that proved that the Blue Cloud sect was not to be trifled with. Just look at the Chenkuan sect. However, Hong Shenlei, the leader of the profound secret sect, was not even one of the top 10 small sects. Why would he provoke the Blue Cloud sect so vigorously? Was it because the Blue Cloud sect was originally a brother sect of the profound secret sect, so he liked to trample on the Blue Cloud sect? Lin Yi wandered over leisurely. He walked around casually and happened to meet Xin Yijie and the rest. "Who's that?" Lin Yi lifted his chin and asked casually in Hong Xuanlei's direction. He saw what happened earlier from afar, but he didn't use his divine sense to observe. It was just a small matter that didn't deserve his attention. Xin Yijie chuckled and said bitterly, "It's the leader of the profound secret sect, Hong Shenlei. So it's this idiot." Lin Yi thought to himself. He glanced at him casually and then moved his eyes away. There was nothing to pay attention to such a small figure. "What's wrong with him? Did he have a conflict with you?" Lin Yi didn't care about Hong Shenlei, but he still cared about Xin Yijie. Xin Yijie shrugged and said, "Actually, it's nothing much. It's just that there's an unwritten rule that the best items are sold inside. Usually, only the big four can use it. Our stall today usually belongs to the Five Elements sect, so Hong Shenlei felt that we offended the Five Elements sect. That's why he was furious." "Ha, what a good dog," Lin Yi said with a light chuckle. He turned his head and put the matter to the back of his mind. It wasn't a big deal. They just used the Five Elements sect stall. The Five Elements sect didn't even say anything, so why did the profound secret sect make a fuss? However, Lin Yi finally understood the meaning of those discussions just now. It turned out that it wasn't because they were selling elixirs to make people think that they were from the Five Elements sect, but that the stall actually belonged to the Five Elements sect. After Hong Shenlei left in a rage, he immediately went to the Five Elements sect to ask for an audience. However, with the status of the profound secret sect, it wasn't easy to meet the higher-ups of the Five Elements sect. Hong Shenlei didn't know whether he was lucky or unlucky to meet Lin Yi's old acquaintance, Master Chen. Master Chen, who was in a good mood, didn't think too much and agreed to meet Hong Shenlei. When Hong Shenlei saw Master Chen, he immediately bowed and greeted him. Then, he went straight to the point. "Master Chen, I heard that the stall of the Five Elements sect was occupied in the market today." "What? Who is so bold to occupy the stall of the Five Elements sect? Is it the Chenkuan sect?" Master Chen was slightly stunned. He wasn't as angry as Hong Shenlei thought. Chapter 55-34. Genius 1 second remember love. Go. Small. Say net, providing you with wonderful novels to read. I didn't see which sect they were from. I only heard about it from others, Hong Shenlei said slowly. He had deliberated over these words several times in his mind, but he still didn't dare to say it too quickly, for fear that something would go wrong. However, I heard that the people who occupied our Five Elements sect stall also raised our Five Elements sect's banner. Don't you think that's a disgrace to our Five Elements sect? Although it couldn't be directly said that the Blue Cloud sect did it, it was still necessary to lay the groundwork in advance. When the Blue Cloud sect was exposed, it would be enough for the Five Elements sect to directly crush the Blue Cloud sect. As a result, There was one more place in the 10 small. Master Chen immediately said angrily, "This is simply outrageous. Not only did they occupy our 5 Elements sect stall, but they actually dared to pretend to be us. Investigate immediately and find out who did it. This kind of thing must not be tolerated." Hong Xianlei hurriedly continued, "Master Chen, please calm down. Actually, there is no need to investigate. I heard that these people will continue to pretend to be our 5 Elements sect tomorrow and set up a stall. When the time comes, we will know who they are. Alright, you did a good job in this matter. I will remember your credit. By the way, what is your name again?" Master Chen nodded approvingly. He wanted to say a few more words of praise, but then he realized that he had forgotten the name of the person in front of him. Love Go Small Say Net W. Kong Xianlei immediately burst into tears. He kept saying that he was the 5 Elements sect, but it turned out that the other party didn't take him seriously at all and didn't even bother to remember his name. "I am Hong Xianlei, the sect master of Xuanji sect. I hope Master Chen will guide me in the future." Hong Xianlei didn't care if he couldn't remember his name. Now, it was enough for Master Chen to remember him. "Alright, Hong Xianlei of the Xuanji sect, I'll remember you. Tomorrow, you'll come with me to take a look at this clown who dares to impersonate the 5 Elements sect." After Master Chen finished speaking, he indicated that Hong Xianlei could take his leave. Quack. At this moment, Hong Xianlei's heart was filled with tears. He had successfully made Master Chen remember him, but he suddenly wished that Master Chen hadn't remembered him. Hong Xianlei didn't want to accompany Master Chen to cause trouble for the Blue Cloud sect. It was best to let the 5 Elemental sect handle this matter themselves. If Hong Xianlei went with Master Chen, the 5 Elemental sect might find out that he had instigated trouble. However, since Master Chen had spoken, Hong Xianlei absolutely wouldn't dare to disobey. He had no choice but to accompany him tomorrow. All of a sudden, Hong Xianlei didn't know whether he should hope for the Blue Cloud sect to appear or not. The next day, Hong Xianlei was dragged out by the people of the 5 Elements sect and followed Master Chen to the market. Hong Xianlei couldn't resist in the slightest. Soon, they arrived at the stall of the 5 Elements sect. However, the stall was surrounded by many cultivators, so they couldn't see what was going on inside. "Get out of the way, get out of the way. Master Chen from the 5 Elements sect is here to sell medicine." The work of driving away the crowd was naturally done by Master Chen's followers. When the crowd heard that it was Master Chen from the 5 Elements sect, they subconsciously made way for him. Originally, Master Chen did not intend to sell elixirs so early. Usually, the important people would appear last. However, now that there were people pretending to be from the 5 Elements sect and snatching their stall, Master Chen naturally couldn't sit still. If he released the elixirs that he had prepared beforehand, he would definitely be able to win back the popularity of the crowd in an instant. Moreover, he would also be able to catch all the people pretending to be from the 5 Elements sect in one fell swoop. Master Chen's plan was very good. As long as the elixirs appeared, everyone would revolve around him. At that time, he would humiliate the other party. Not only that, Master Chen could also announce on the spot that if anyone dared to vote for those people, the 5 Elements sect would no longer sell elixirs to them. In this way, no one from that unknown sect would vote for them anymore. This idea was simply killing without leaving a trace. It was too awesome. Master Chen couldn't help but admire himself. How could he come up with such a brilliant idea? Under normal circumstances, the development of the situation would be exactly as Master Chen had predicted. This was the power of the 5 Elements sect. Master Chen only dared to be so arrogant because he had the backing of the 5 Elements sect. The problem was that what Master Chen was facing now was definitely not a normal situation. Seeing that the crowd had automatically made way for him, Master Chen held his head high and walked in as if he was looking at the road with his nostrils. At the same time, he said arrogantly, "Irrelevant people, get out of the way. I am going to sell elixirs. These elixirs were personally refined by me. To be able to obtain them, you must have walked on the luck of God knows how many lifetimes." If it was in the past, when Master Chen said this, there would definitely be people coming out to support him. However, today, there was no response at all. In the past, it was not that the Five Elements sect did not sell elixirs. However, the quality and level of their elixirs were not satisfactory. How could they be better than the elixirs sold by the Blue Cloud sect? Today, Lin Yi had already announced the name of the Blue Cloud sect. With the good reputation from yesterday, the business was much better than yesterday. It's Master Chen from the Five Elements sect. He is also here to sell elixirs. Hurry up, since the Five Elements sect is here, the Blue Cloud sect will not be able to continue setting up their stall. Such good quality and not too expensive elixirs, if we don't buy them now, we might not have another chance. Those in front, please make way. Don't occupy the latrine without taking a shit. When the people in the periphery heard the name of the Five Elements sect, they all made way. However, the group of people in the innermost circle desperately wanted to complete the transaction as soon as possible. Yesterday, the reputation of the Blue Cloud sect's cheap and good quality elixirs had already spread far and wide. No one was stupid. They knew that now that the Five Elements sect was here, it was very likely that this would be the last chance to buy the elixirs of the Blue Cloud sect. Master Chen's face turned a little ugly. He was a dignified alchemy grandmaster of the Five Elements sect. Wherever he went, he would be sought after by people. However, he had never been ignored like this before. Irrelevant people, get out of the way. I am going to sell elixirs. These elixirs were personally refined by me. To be able to obtain them, you must have walked on the luck of God knows how many lifetimes. Master Chen repeated what he said just now. However, by doing so, he unavoidably weakened his imposing manner. The people in the periphery who made way for him now looked at him in a somewhat different way. When Hong Shenlei saw that this wasn't a solution, he immediately gave Master Chen's lackeys a look. The two of them walked past Master Chen from the left and right, pushing the people in the innermost circle away with their hands. Get out of the way! Get out of the way! How dare you obstruct the Five Elements sect's business? Which sect or family are you from? Master Chen's lackeys roared loudly, truly frightening some of the people. Chapter 55-35. Get out of the way. Although the item is good, your life is more important. Don't bring trouble to your own sect. Someone on the side also tried to persuade the people inside in a low voice. It was unknown whether they were genuinely concerned about the people inside, or because they couldn't buy the elixirs from the Blue Cloud sect, so they didn't want the people inside to buy them. In any case, with the help of his followers, Master Chen aggressively squeezed his way into the crowd inside. However, just as he was about to say a few words to show off his identity, he saw Lin Yi behind the stall with a playful expression. He was immediately dumbfounded. Hey, isn't this Master Chen of the Five Elements sect? I heard that you had already retired from alchemy. How come you're back in Jianghu? Lin Yi looked at Master Chen with a smile that wasn't a smile and casually mocked him. Master Chen immediately felt so embarrassed that he wanted to die. In his heart, he cursed that bastard Hong Shenlei. Wasn't he fucking setting him up? It was actually Lin Yi here. He couldn't wait to avoid him, but this time, he took the initiative to come to him. Was he courting death? Hearing Lin Yi's subtle mockery, Master Chen was incomparably embarrassed. However, he didn't dare to retort, for fear that Lin Yi would reveal what had happened last time. He could only snort and say, "This was refined by me in the past." Why can't it be? Oh, so it was refined by you in the past, Master Chen. I thought you would say that it was refined by your disciple, so the quality would be so poor. Lin Yi had a look of realization on his face as he continued to mock Master Chen mercilessly. Master Chen's face turned red. He really wanted to say that it was refined by his disciple, but before he came in, he had already said that it was personally refined by Master Chen twice. He really didn't have the face to say that it was refined by his disciple. Impudent. Who do you think you are? How dare you speak to Master Chen like that? Hong Shenlei still didn't seem to have a good sense of judgment. In order to curry favor with Master Chen, he jumped out and pointed at Lin Yi as he roared, "Who doesn't know that Master Chen's products are of the highest quality? How can a small sect like yours compare? Hurry up and scram." Lin Yi didn't have much of a reaction, but Master Chen really wanted to slap this idiot who had been tricking his teammates for 30 years. Can't you see that every one of Lin Yi's pills is of the highest quality? Compared to Lin Yi, even Master Chen had to admit that the quality of his pills is trash. Glaring at Hong Xianlei fiercely, Master Chen turned his head and said in a muffled voice, "I forgot that I have an important matter to attend to today. I will take my leave first." Seeing that Master Chen turned around and left, Lin Yi just smiled faintly and said, "Remember to take your dog away, lest it barks randomly here." Hong Xuanlei's face darkened. So, Lin Yi and Xin Yijie ignored him just now because they treated his words as a dog barking. Anyhow, he was the sect master of Xuanji sect, he absolutely couldn't tolerate this. "Go!" Master Chen shouted angrily without turning his head back. Hong Xianlei immediately lowered his head and glared at Xin Yijie and Lin Yi with resentment. Then, he followed behind Master Chen and left the place. Seeing that the people of Five Elements sect had left, the surrounding audience immediately surrounded them again. Although they didn't understand what was going on, the most important thing was to buy the highest quality pills of Blue Cloud sect first. After walking for a distance, Hong Xianlei approached Master Chen and asked in a low voice, "Master Chen, what's going on? Why are you leaving just like that? Aren't you going to punish them for occupying our Five Elements sect stall?" Master Chen turned around and slapped Hong Xuanlei's face. He roared angrily, "You fucking tricked me, didn't you? You knew that they were selling pills at such a low price, yet you still urged me to set up a stall. Don't you know the rules of alchemy? In this case, since they set up a stall, I can't do it anymore." Hong Xianlei wanted to cry but had no tears. Just as he moved his face closer to Master Chen, he was slapped in the face. Something was wrong. Facing Master Chen's anger, Hong Xianlei was also puzzled. He could only carefully say, "Master Chen, please calm down. I really didn't know about this rule. Moreover, I didn't see them setting up a stall yesterday. In fact, this so-called rule was simply nonsense." Master Chen didn't have the nerve to mention that the quality of Lin Yi and the others were all of the highest quality and he couldn't compare to them. He also didn't have the nerve to say that he had suffered losses at the hands of Lin Yi. Thus, he could only make up some random excuse. "It doesn't matter if you don't know or not." Master Chen indifferently glanced at Hong Xianlei and said coldly, "You can get lost now. Don't ever appear in front of me again. I don't want to see you again." These words were like a bolt from the blue. Hong Xianlei was immediately dumbfounded. Seeing that Master Chen had already turned around and left, Hong Xianlei hurriedly chased after him and begged, Master Chen, please calm down. I was just thinking for our Five Elements sect. I saw that someone had occupied our Five Elements sect stall, so I was anxious and didn't inquire about it clearly." "Enough. Who the fuck is talking about us? Who do you think you are? How dare you talk about our Five Elements sect?" Master Chen mercilessly shouted angrily and forcefully interrupted Hong Xuanlei's words. "I'm not Master Chen's junior." Hong Xianlei wanted to explain, but his words were already somewhat incoherent. What Master Chen meant was to directly expel the Xuanji sect. It wasn't easy for him to find the Five Elements sect as his backing. Hong Xianlei didn't want to be driven out just like that. Master Chen was infuriated when he thought about it. He conveniently slapped Hong Xuanlei's face again. Then, he didn't want to talk nonsense with him anymore. He swaggered off with his followers. Hong Xianlei really wanted to cry this time. Originally, he wanted to mess with the Blue Cloud sect and conveniently show off in front of the higher-ups of the Five Elements sect. The result was completely different from what he had imagined. The script wasn't written like this. However, Hong Xianlei didn't dare to continue following Master Chen anymore. Before he understood the reason, following Master Chen would only be asking for trouble. Moreover, with Master Chen's status in the Five Elements sect, his words were basically no different from the words of the sect master. Especially when this matter was only related to the Xuanji sect. Hong Xianlei, who returned to the Xuanji sect alone, immediately gathered his trusted subordinates to discuss this matter. "Tell me, how should we deal with this matter of the Five Elements sect?" An elder hesitated and said, "Sect Master, there seems to be some secret between the Five Elements sect's Master Chen and the Blue Cloud sect. The more our Xuanji sect interferes in this matter, the less benefits we will get.